the greatest soccer city in America. It's the St. Louis Ambush and the Kansas City Comets, the I-70 series. Returns to the family arena. Joey Santaboni alongside my lifelong friend Matt Rocchio. Matt, Ambush looking to stay high.
Absolutely, yes. Last time we were standing here, they had lost 2 in a row. They've now won 2 in a row with wins over the Wave and the Strikers. Can they keep that going? That's the big question here in the family arena.
And we're about to celebrate the holidays. We'll be doing it with a very special teddy bear toss after the Ambush score their first goal. Well, let's see. Is your arm limber, Matt? You ready to throw some stuffed animals?
I'm ready to go. Yeah, we can do this. We can do this. I can pull this off.
It's all benefiting Toys for Tots. Just getting started. The Ambush and the Comets coming down the chimney for you right after this on MASL TV.
At St. Luke's Heart and Vascular Institute, we understand that care is more than treatment. It's about living your best life. Our experts provide a full range of heart services, from prevention to life-saving care. St. Luke's is nationally recognized as a top heart care provider in the area for good reason. Our proud alliance with Cleveland Clinic's Heart, Vascular, and Thoracic Institute enables us to take on the most challenging cases for the highest level of outcomes in St. Louis.
The Cleveland Clinic Heart, Vascular, and Thoracic Institute is proud to collaborate with St. Luke's Hospital to deliver the highest level of innovative care in the St. Louis metropolitan area. Our alliance means you have access to world-class heart care in all the local communities St. Luke's serves.
St. Luke's Heart and Vascular Institute, a beat above the rest for a life beyond expectations. For a first diagnosis or a second opinion, make an appointment today.
Miter is the official game ball supplier of the Major Arena Soccer League. Established in 1817, Miter is one of the leading soccer brands worldwide and produces some of the best soccer balls in the world. Learn more at miter.com. Cabelli Sport is the official and exclusive preferred uniform and apparel provider of the Major Arena Soccer League. Visit MASLsoccer.com to shop the all-new MASL fan store for the latest MASL and team gear. Think you can predict the MASL? Head over to NXTBets.com to place your wagers on all the MASL action this season.
You're looking at the Family Arena in St. Charles, Missouri, where the I-70 series comes for a pre-Christmas tilt, the first of 4 straight games between the St. Louis Ambush and the Kansas City Comets. Santa Claus is in the house, and so are we. Joey Z and The Rock on the call for you on MASL TV as the Ambush look to stay hot and win for a 3rd straight time, get a first W this season against our cross-state rivals.
Yeah, those first 2 games to start the season were ugly for the Ambush, and they were marred by a poor offensive showing, just 3 goals in both of those games against the Comets. Their last 2 wins, 7 goals apiece. Can they keep that up?
Stefan Stokic on the bench for the Kansas City Comets.
He made his way out here.
Jeff Locker on the bench for the St. Louis Ambush. We are just moments away from opening kick, the 3rd game this season between the 2 sides. Ambush with Daniel Turrialba, Duduka, Jeff Michaud, Big Rob Williamson, Colin O'Keefe, all supporting Paulo Nascimento in goal on the other side. KC with Zach Reagan, Dominic Francis, Christian Andreos, Rion Marquez, and also for this squad, a final little bit of a question.
Yes.
Who is it going to be in net? It was going to be perhaps Philip Ejimadu or somebody else, and they have gone with Ejimadu. He is joined by Nacho Flores, who is out there as well for KC.
Oh, it looks like they threw a little curveball.
And we thought it would be Ejimadu, and it is not.
It's been Ejimadu.
Coronado.
It's been Ejimadu every game this season. No Neto so far this season, but another third curveball thrown here to Comets and Ambush fans alike, and it is Julio Coronado, the young goaltender in net here for the Comets.
We are off and moving. Ambush taking one away in the defensive end. Deduca to Christian Briggs, who just celebrated a birthday about a week ago. Pecks it off the wall. Chili Willie SK up top, trying to provide some problems against Julio Coronado, the pink-clad keeper. Deduca able to block one off the top of the glass right by the penalty box, and it swirled back through the Brazilian Rob Lowe. This is St. Louis Ambush soccer against the Kansas City Comets. Big Rob plays one for Chad Vandergrift, the Chaminade alum. Heads it toward Reagan, headed down by Paulo. Lucas Almeida, the best ever in assists for the Ambush, off the wall, tries to sneak one through to Chili Willie. Michael Lennis on the takeaway for KC. Lennis lets it loose, hits it off the pink post. And Turrialba and Chili Willie will secure it as Kansas City drops back.
Michael Lennis, the only player on this Comets roster younger than the goaltender Julio Coronado. They have two 03-born players. Lennis almost put a goal in. Coronado's going to have to try to stop a lot today.
Tristan Austin challenging for a ball, forces it off the wall to Turrialba and tries to slip through. It's suffocated by the Comets. Clearance by Vandergrift only gets as far as Big Rob, who sends it in a hot air balloon to the fans. Williamson had 2 goals as the Ambush on Friday took down the Empire Strikers on the road. Travel day, an interesting one for this Ambush team yesterday, but they are back and ready to go. Question from Donnie Alberti: will this team have the legs? Feels good for everybody, he said. That's what this game is going to boil down to. Do they have the legs to keep up with KC that does enter this game as the top of the league at 4-2?
But a big change, though. Those 4-2 coming with the best goalkeeper in the league statistically in Philip Ejimadu. Not in net tonight. He will be available, though, so they could go to him later on.
And Paulo has it stifled by Jacob Garza. Luckily, Almeida gets back and makes it difficult. Ambush force it to Paulo, and the long throw by Paulo gets loose. And check that on the challenge. It was Randy Martinez who came zooming back and made it difficult. Paulo, as the Ambush switch, sent it downfield. Ambush Comets early going on MASL TV, just 2 minutes deep, 0-0.
And a lot of teams face off against the Ambush, and the Ambush themselves incorporate a very, pull them out. They want to pull the Ambush out and then get a ball in behind them. So you'll see a lot of 4 players deep and then 1 player isolating in the box. At first it was Reagan. Now they've made a little bit of a switch here.
Moving it back through Debray Hollyman. Lucas Souza tries to pinch it upfield. Colin O'Keefe gets in the way. Wanted to reward him downfield. Grabbed by John Gates on the wall. Emailed forward Larson Rogers. Coronado, first real test, goes to the border of the box. And Julio gets down on a knee to grab it.
Gates, first-time player here for the Ambush. He has really added a dimension to this team over the last 3 games. Made a big impact in his first game against the Wave just a week ago.
Rogers stops one up. Ambush back on the attack. Colin O'Keefe zooming forward to his left foot. Looks to go through the wickets, and Coronado gets down again. The keeper out of Kansas City, Kansas, makes the save. Ambush keep the pressure up. The Duca looking for the steal with SK.
Not a lot of available tape for the Ambush on Coronado, so the plan, just take shots. Test the young goalkeeper, see what he's got.
That's blocked by Christian Briggs, and it's a setup here deep in the Ambush zone for a KC team that once again is captained by Nacho. Leaves it for Lennis. Lennis bangs it off the board. Snuffed by Jeff Michaud, who also scored twice in beautiful California. Vandergrift and co keep it outside the yellow line. KC enters at 4-2. Ambush at 2-2. Get used to seeing them. Ambush head to KC on the 27th. Back here at home against KC on the 31st, then January 4th back in Independence, Missouri to play these Comets.
Don't get too used to it, Joey. Else there's going to be a couple long months there because the Ambush and Comets, they will play 4 more times straight here, and then all 6 of those times. That's all she wrote for the regular season. We'll have to wait for postseason for these teams to face off again after that first week of January.
Rian Marquez knifed it through. Nothing to do for Dom Francis, the Week 3 Player of the Week in the MASL. Bad clearance by the Ambush. Paulo trying to save it. Instead, it's Michaud who gets a block down deep. Ramirez sent it goalward, and Michaud going to the turf. Saves an early goal for KC. Ramirez commits a foul on the wall on the way out. Ambush will take over possession.
Incredible turn of events there potentially for the Comets in the Ambush. Wide open goal after a bad turnover. Ambush cannot have those kind of turnovers in their back end. You're exposing Paulo, and you're killing your offense.
Long ball into the corner. Mario Falzone trying to send us to the Teddy Bears. Backs in. If he wanted a call, Comets race it the other way. Williamson gets in the way. About 5 minutes deep into it, scoreless so far. When the Ambush score our first goal of the night, all the fans will throw the Teddy Bears on the turf, benefiting Toys for Tots. First time the Ambush has ever done this. Really looking forward to it. And Coronado piece downfield. Ray gets staves against Williamson. Vandergraaf, the St. Louis kid, former Ambush, to another former Ambush, Reagan. Sia Tetsane, who scored the first goal of this season, operating from the Crow's Nest. Reagan inserting Andreas. Vandergraaf standing up. Uses Ramon Palmer back beyond the yellow line. Tetsane, sweet little service, chested down by Reagan. Good work to make sure Andreas couldn't quite get to it. Again, it was Randy Martinez on the defense. Ball gets jackrabbited out to the other end and stopped for a KC. Free kick on their own side. Fans, as we said, the Ambush are going to be in Kansas City on the 27th to take on this Comets team. Kickoff at 6:05 Central Time. Watch social media to learn where you can tune in to that game at. Austin scrabbling for it. Torrealba joins. Good header from the center line by John Gates. James Togba, who knows both sides of this rivalry, tried to get to it. Gates and him working in the corner. And Torrealba directs it back to Briggs. Ball in the center circle with the Ambush.
They look to go one-on-one here.
Torrealba, who had the game winner against Milwaukee, to Austin. Nice play off the wall, but a good play as well by the goalie. Coronado nabs it just before he could get to Torrealba.
Very Comets-esque move from the Ambush there. The Comets, a perfect playing off the wall team so far. Have gotten a lot of goals already. Ambush, though, not a great team in that aspect. They're trying to get better. And that was one of the best plays we've seen there, that little setup between Tristan Austin and Torrealba.
Souza goes down courtesy of Gates. The 23-year-old out of St. Louis, Missouri, bodied him.
Legacy, dad played for the Ambush as well, so he knows the game, knows the rivalry too.
Ramirez wide on the shot.
Don't know if
challenged by Gates against Souza.
Don't know if you want to call for a handball when you also had your hand hit the ball.
O'Keefe, right foot, bangs back toward him. Saved by Pino and co. Guerrero Pino fighting against former teammate James Togba. Finds a little bit of space, challenged by Gates. Left foot, Paulo bobsledding out. Headed loose by Rogers. KC keeps it in a jar. Reagan takes it away from O'Keefe. Oh, big save from Paulo. Dives to his left, gets the claw to it. Francis wiggles out of some trouble. Still a chance on for KC. Pino off the wall, slaps a shot just wide of the near post. Francis in the corner. Oh, Paulo! Get on up and bat that away, youngster.
Yeah, and he doesn't like having to make 5 saves in quick transition like that. He's going to talk to the defense.
The Brazilian Rob Lowe bails out the Ambush. We're tied 0-0 at the media timeout in St. Charles.
At St. Luke's Heart and Vascular Institute, we understand that care is more than treatment. It's about living your best life. We're nationally recognized as a top heart care provider in the area, and our proud alliance with Cleveland Clinic's Heart, Vascular, and Thoracic Institute enables St. Luke's to take on the most challenging cases for the highest level of outcomes in St. Louis. St. Luke's Heart and Vascular Institute, a beat above the rest for a life beyond expectations. For a first diagnosis or a second opinion, make an appointment today.
MASLsoccer.com, your ultimate home for everything Major Arena Soccer League. Catch the latest news, leaderboards, highlights, and so much more.
From the corner, Francis and the Comets still threatening to break up this scoreless game. 7:34 left in the first quarter. Third game this season in the I-70 series. Back to Nacho. Reagan corkscrews it with the left foot. Snatched by Paulo. Good roll out to Chile. Chile Willie SK pulls it back. Right foot. Oh, misses just barely at the near post.
It wasn't the shot that he missed, Joey. It was the wide open pass to John Gates, I believe it was, or was it Randy Martinez?
I believe that was Martinez off to his right. You're right about that.
God, man, cannot believe he missed that pass there. Martinez wide open. He did a perfect dribble to set himself up, but somehow doesn't see the pass and goes for the shot. Missed chance there for the ambush.
Escalated by Almeida. Thwarted before he can get to Duca. Lucas, last year's league assist leader, pops it up over the glass, gives it back to the Kansas City Comets. Their goalie, Julio Coronado, has passed a couple of tests to keep it 0-0 so far. Gets it back from Vandegrift. Lobs it toward Rian Marquez. Bodied it back toward Souza. Tracked by Briggs as they try to get Palmer in transition. Ambush with some good transition soccer just moments ago. But we are still teddy bear free on the turf. Let's change that certainly in the next 6.5 minutes. Tetsane. Escalation toward Marquez. Tipped out by Briggs. Gets the loose change. Torre Alba up the right side.
Torrealba always so dangerous on this left side. Loves taking guys one-on-one. That's how the ambush got their overtime winner against the Wave.
4 goals in the last 3 games for Torrealba. Pocket picked by Palmer. Finds a friend, Garza. Didn't control it immaculately. Paulo does enough. Martinez back through Williamson. Randy. Parabola. Just over foul zone. Austin tried to scooter to it. Stolen away by Lucia Tetsane. Vandegrift bangs it into Austin. That does escape up over the wall.
Ambush just need to keep the pressure on, but the passing's got to be more incisive. Just can't get over the missed chance by SK there. Against a goalie that hasn't seen a lot of time, putting in a no-brainer like that.
Pino, a good little feint. Reget, no look with the heel. Stolen easily at the top of things by a foul zone. And Kansas City trying to reignite down the left side. Reget pressured by Williamson. Forced back through Tetsane, who gets some instructions from Stokic and his bench. Lennis turns it back. Rotated to Pino.
Ooh,
Jousting it down, Francis. Austin boggles it away from him. Francis has been on fire as of late. One of 2 KC Comets to earn a Player of the Week honor. It's a good ball forward.
It's got a call.
Williamson went down after the feed from Rogers, and indeed the Tweety Bird does come out. Pino on the trip. Now it's Duduka against Garza, who's ridiculously close. Almeida's going to come up to help out as Garza and a friend are moved back.
My guess here is going to be a slight little pass off from Almeida to Duduka, who launches one.
Almeida runs over it. Duduka just pieces to Gates. Blocked by Andorreos. Briggs trying to prevent Ramirez from getting out in transition. Scoots it to Garza in the corner.
Ooh.
And Duduka whistle for a foul he can't believe.
Yeah, I think that one more, he's being fouled by what happened to Francis than what he did to him, if that makes any sense.
Makes perfect sense to me.
Not a lot of contact, but Francis goes into the wall and makes sense.
Little mini collision, Duduka gets sighted on it. Now KC looking for the first lead of this game. 4:12 into it, nothing. Given to Tetsane, rips it wide at the far post. Ambush escape. Flores just tapped it, and Tetsane ripped it. Now Francis rips one into Michaud. Block there, Kangaroos out of bounds. KC will stay on the attack. Rian Marquez. When Flores comes out to help with this, Francis tries to turn it inward. Ends up with Vandegrift back in the circle. Down goes Duduka against Flores outside the yellow line. Wanted a call. Injected by Francis. SK blocked it initially. Ramirez stays with it. Gets the no-look from Rian Marquez. Shot by Ramirez was stopped initially. But Nacho Flores, he finds a way to steak knife it in off the back post.
I mean, just gets enough of the woodwork in the corner. The angle plays for Kansas City, and they take a 1-0 lead.
And Flores initially celebrated with the teammates who set that up. That's a heck of a shot, but he was still looking at all the play, the skill that it took to get this. Flores ultimately the man to put it home.
Oh, just past the outstretched hands and under the leg of Robert Williamson. So he gets it past Paolo, gets it past Williamson, and gets it to bang in off the crossbar, off the sidebar, excuse me. One of the most difficult first goals we'll see this season. That's nuts.
Now they're trying to add 2. Palmer swats it forward, wanted Pino running. Staved off by Briggs and gobbled up by Paulo, the 40-year young Brazilian keeper who returns once again in an ambush kit this year. He's made some nice saves this season. Just a perfect shot. Beats him early off the foot of Flores. Gates working with Falzone in transition. Got a runner down the right side. Coronado comes up with a big stop on the shot from Torrealba. Ball ends up in the penalty box as Gates gets in front of it. Ray gets sent it loose. Ambush get possession, under 3 to go, down 1-0. First quarter at the Family Arena in St. Charles. Ambush trying to tie it and get the Teddy Bears on the field. The benefit Toys for Tots. Long ball by Paulo. Michaud tried to chest it down. Souza, a little mini bulldozer from behind.
Yeah, good play by Souza there. He got away with that one a little bit, but forced it away from Michaud. Good long ball from the ambush. Need more of that.
Let pass through to Vandegrift.
Oh,
and they'll stamp it home. Lennis heads it as it hugs the wall. He puts it into the bookshelf. 2 goals, quick succession by KC.
Joey, before we said it, we pointed out that the Kansas City Comets are the best wall-to-score team in this league. Good league to be good at that, by the way. And that might have been their Mona Lisa, topped off by Michael Lennis. Little ML action here. Beautiful play by Vandegrift. Obviously gets a little luck that the ball takes that skip, and Paolo just mistimes his jump there. But Lennis to follow the play, For Vandegrift to try it, for Linus to know that he's trying it like that, again, there is no team, and it is a far gap, that plays the ball off the wall better than the Kansas City Comets.
Chad Vandegrift, the MASL Defender of the Year last season. He knows a trick or two. And Linus, simple work to not at home. KC with a deuce lead, under 2 now in this first quarter. It's going to be uphill for an ambush team that set out 5 a.m. local time in California on a flight Saturday morning after finishing the game deep in the night about 10 o'clock against Empire, 5-4 win. Mad dash really to get here. Do they have the legs to climb the mountain and get out from under this early deficit? Pretty stuff. SK and Martinez keep it airborne. Williamson knocks it down, serves it loose. Stays in play off the top of the glass. Wanted to Duca, flushed out by Hollyman. Ramirez tips it back as we get under a minute left in this first quarter. Briggs swishing it over to Tristan Austin. To Duca by the AARP side. Austin can't hit it home. Gates was waiting for it. Francis jars it loose. Briggs tries his luck from deep. Headed by Hollyman, headed by Coronado. Knocked down Austin in the process. Could not use the hands as he was out of the box.
Oh, yeah, he took a shot,
Coronado
though.
is hurt.
Oh, yeah, he took a shot, though. I think it might be, is he holding his hand? I think he might have hurt his arm or his hand, and I think he might have, I mean, he legitimately hurt something there. He tried to play it cool. He immediately goes down to the ground. He's holding his arm or his hand. There was some contact in the air on that header. I'm hoping we didn't just see him take an immediate injury to that left side area.
And again, kind of surprising, but Philip Ejimadu, who is the league leader in wins and saves, did not start this game. But now he is warming up with quite a purpose out on the field. It looks like KC is anticipating perhaps Ejimadu to enter this ball game. Fans, the next St. Louis Ambush home game will be on Wednesday, December 31st, as the Ambush take on the Kansas City Comets in the Spectrum I-70 series. Thanks again to our friends at Success on the Spectrum for sponsoring the I-70 series. Tucano's St. Luke's is giving away light sticks for the first 1,000 fans in the arena. Plus, there will be a post-game countdown and balloon drop on the field immediately following the game. Kickoff is at 3:05 Central Time. Tickets available at Ticketmaster.com or at the Family Arena box office. Ejimadu indeed into the game for KC. Final 34 seconds of this first quarter.
So obviously changes here on the field, Joey, as Philip Ejimadu, who by the numbers the best goaltender in the league this year, now comes in off the bench thanks to the injury to Julio Coronado. And in the middle of all that, we missed another incredible chance by the Ambush to score when Tristan Austin had a beautiful chance put on a tee that he could not complete, unfortunately, but game's changing now.
Good work to get it in front of goal for him. Just couldn't get it. I was laughing there for a moment because Ejimadu missed the little bouncy ball.
What a save.
Polo doesn't miss that. Tumble it and somehow gets a toe to it with Palmer in front. Ambush will control over the midway line under 15 seconds. Huge save from Paulo. Falzone locked up in the corner by Flores. Torrealba with 5. Torrealba goes to work. Left foot just misses back post on the ground. Pino makes sure there's not a second opportunity.
Joe, you know what that save by Paulo and a baby Jaguar doing a hunt for the first time have in common? Instincts. That's all it was. It was pure instinct.
We'll have more on National Geographic with Matt Rocchio when we come back. It's the end of the first. Comets 2, Ambush nothing. You're watching MASL TV.
Here's what I'm thinking about the living room. Double hung windows are classics, but what do you think about casement windows? Or maybe sliding windows? Or even a big bay window? With all the styles Window World offers, I've got tons of options that match my taste and budget perfectly.
Which will you choose?
I might need another house. or two.
Take control. Make a healthy change. Maintain a healthy weight. Exercise regularly. Don't smoke or use smokeless tobacco. Eat a healthy diet. Limit alcohol. Protect yourself from the sun and avoid tanning beds. Protect against sexually transmitted infections. Get screening tests. For more 8 Ways tips, visit siteman.woostel.edu/take control.
Catch MASL Monday every Monday night on MASL TV and on CBS Sports Golazo Network. Alex Bostavansky and Phil Levanko are joined each week by special guests from across the league to recap the weekend's games and discuss the league's hot topics.
Start of the second. This is how we ended the first. Inside of a minute left in it. Challenge by Coronado over Austin as the ball bounced around after the ambush could not quite find our first goal of the afternoon. Coronado exiting with injury. At least at that time, Ejimadu played the final 34 seconds of the first quarter, but now it looks like Coronado, who's stretching out that left arm, it's good to go for the second. Kansas City controls it off the opening tap, and Lennis, one of their goal scorers, is the wide receiver. Lennis battling in the corner against Randy Martinez, and Martinez eventually able to rip it away. Back heels it up the wall. Ambush can't keep possession. Back with Vandegrift and the KC Comets. Joey Zanaboni alongside Matt Rocchio. Ambush down early against the Comets.
Only 2-0 here in the ambush. They just got to get the offense figured out. Will Eske missed an obvious pass. Tristan Austin missed a beautiful chance. Just got to get the finishing down.
Reagan stifled at the edge of the box by Paulo. He made 2 highlight saves in my book in the first quarter. Gave up a couple of goals. One of them on a perfect shot by Nacho. The other one, he kind of mistimed a leap on a ball served up the wall by Vandegrift. Headed home by Lennis. Pino leaks one down the wall. Flores gives it right back. Ramirez from the Windows World sign against Martinez. Tries to take him corner. Martinez goes to the floor to blockade things. Paulo comes out to do the same. And it is stopped by a whistle.
Yeah, he didn't like that slide tackle from Paulo. I actually think that is the correct call. Good call there by the refs. Paulo's got to make a play on that ball, but doesn't need to go down to 2 feet for it.
Looks like Martinez is being cited for the foul.
Oh, give it to Martinez. He did come in there a little rough, but still.
Reagan rotates to it. Flores bashes it, misses high. SK tries to win it against Andreas, the UMKC alum. Slips it to Flores. Reagan backing in. Reagan trying to slither his way to the top of the arc. Reagan turning against Martinez. We'll start it back over up top with Rian Marquez. And Arreos. Reagan dragging it Pass behind Flores. Ambush will get it out. Ends up with Deduca. Deduca maybe had something downfield in transition. O'Keefe was running for him, left board.
I mean, Kansas City's scoring off the prettiest wall of scores we've ever seen, and the Ambush are missing wide open forward passes. I mean, this is why this game's 2-0 right now.
Finishing piece hasn't been there for St. Louis. It's not there for Marquez. Souza tries his luck, catapults it into the screen.
Playmaking piece hasn't been there either for the Ambush. I mean, that's Deduca missing a wide open Colin O'Keefe on the rush. To your point, Martinez wide open for Will Eskay. Can't hit that one. Ambush are taking the best possible chances, and they are not converting on them either as a playmaker or as a finisher.
The foul zone against Vandegrift. Can't secure it. Haliman back to Coronado. 2-0 Comets, about 3 deep into the second quarter. Souza, one of their mainstays. Found Palmer. Stolen away by Gates. Door locked. Creeps back through Haliman and Vandegrift. Regent in those dual-colored leggings under the blue shorts. And swishes it back through Michael Lennis. Lennis trying to take Austin one-on-one. Picks his pocket, yellow line. Spun out toward foul zone. Mario. Forced against the wall by Lennis. Vandegrift sweeps it back to his keeper. Briggs comes forward for an interception as Reagan lost his footing. And Torrealba keeps. Ambush will control in the back.
It's foul zone versus Vandegrift just off your screen. Down just outside the arc in front of Coronado.
Lennis, a little overeager getting to that.
Yeah, a light call, but it'll benefit the Ambush. 11 minutes left here.
Torrealba.
Torrealba rarely attacks from that right side. Is he playing more as a dummy, or is he trying to switch his spot up to where he attacks this Comets defense? He immediately already shifted over there to the left side to help out Togba.
Thanks to all of our young fans cheering as part of Slice of Night at the Family Arena. Togba still challenging for it with Michaud. Haliman able to pry it loose, sends Garza running. Williamson shields him off. Paulo has to be careful here. Williamson over the top. Torrealba. Vandegrift makes himself big, but then lasers it into the front row. Ambush ball in our defensive end, down 2-0. Thanks to everybody from Slice who came out. We honored Johan Arneson, the longtime director at Slice, who passed away this fall. Our best to his entire family, and thanks to this great community for coming out to support him and support youth soccer in St. Louis. Deduca back through Briggs. Ambush looking to cut the KC lead in half. Now 5 minutes into this second quarter. Chili Willie S.K. sporting the captain's armband. Michaud as S.K. peels upfield and takes over. O'Keefe defers back to Deduca. Austin with a man down for the Ambush at the top of the box. Has to play it back, and we're going to be stopped for injury.
Yeah, it looks like, is it Jeff Michaud down there holding his knee? His right knee. And he looks to be in legitimate pain here.
I don't like to see this for Jeff Michaud. What a great game for him on Friday. A couple of goals. Slowly able to get back up to his feet. The defender makes his way to the bench. Fans with good applause for him. Ball being started once again at the halfway line. Lucas Almeida on it. You know, Michaud and I have some in common. We've both visited beautiful Dubai.
Oh, so I thought you were going to go with the beard.
A fellow traveler from the United Arab Emirates, Jeff Michaud, being checked out on the bench. He played a soccer tournament over there in the summer. It had to be indoor. It's like 120 degrees over there in the summer.
Whew.
Almeida gets 2 on the wall after a Vandegrift foul. It's Duduka, left foot, Briggs, taps it back, oh! Martinez hits it off the far post, just inside the far post. It would not cross the line. Briggs got it to him, and Martinez almost sends the Teddy Bears onto the field. Marquez goes down behind the play. Comets check on him. Some confusion. They're telling Coronado to come off the field. He does indeed go to the bench.
Blue card is up.
6 attackers. There's going to be a penalty here momentarily against the ambush. It'll be our first power play of the game. Daniel Radford's crew, a couple of blue cards on each wall being held up. And Almeida will touch it. Reagan goes down histrionically against him. Play is whistled to a stop. The Comets will get a power play leading 2-0, 8:40 to go, quarter number 2.
Waiting to see they announce who's getting shipped to the box for these 2 minutes. It'll be against Duduka.
Hulk going to be quarantined. I believe it was Marquez and him in a little dust up. Well, have you seen Avatar Fire and Ash yet?
Is it out?
Sure is.
Oh, okay.
Got our first Avatar card of the game between the ambush and the Comets. Another look here. Marquez went down for a little bit of an extended period after that collision between him and Duduka. Duduka in the box for a couple of minutes.
An avoidable mistake there for the ambush. Hopefully this one doesn't bite them with a 3rd goal from the Comets.
5-on-4. Reagan back through Francis. His turquoise boot. Emails it to Tetsane. Sent back cross field to Reagan. Marquez trying to squeeze it through. Francis not able to do anything with it. Williamson, a couple attempts, crowbars it out. Austin swishes it downfield. About 75 seconds left on the kill for the ambush. Marquez, that is Michaud back into the game, able to disrupt the pass. Perhaps intended for Flores. Good to see Jeff back. Lob to the ambush bench. A couple guys signaling for it to go the other way. But it will be KC Comets possession. 7:29 left in the second. Comets 2, ambush nothing. You're watching MASL Soccer on MASL TV. Paulo in the ambush, right in it against the KC Comets, 2-0. Halfway through the second, trying to kill off what remains of the Duca penalty.
Has to chalk up as a slight disappointment, Joey, that you are getting shut out a quarter and a half into a game against the backup to the best league, to the best goaltender in the league. Obviously, defense plays a big part in having a good season for Ejimadu, but for Kansas City just to be able to go to their backup like this and still keep you shut out for the majority of a half, that's a little disappointing.
Less than 40 seconds left in the 5-on-4. Reagan back through Tetsane. Nacho. Through Francis. Tetsane thought about pulling from deep. Austin in front of that. Togba races out toward Flores. Refeeds Tetsane. Out of the corner, they find Flores. Give Francis. And a bad take from him. Elevates it way up over the box. 16 seconds left on the penalty kill.
Helium playing into the ambush's favor that time, Joey.
Good to see the helium levels are still high at the Family Arena in
Still
St. Charles.
just astronomical in this place.
SK at least jostles it a bit. 5 seconds left before Deduca comes back on. Last gasp. KC power play. Francis hit it into an ambush defender. Flores does the same. Punched loose with a couple of fists by Paulo. And Deduca gets in front of Flores immediately, draws a foul, tries to go downfield for a quick restart.
Duca immediately just sprinting out of the box after recovering from his foul to draw one is hilarious.
He is in fantastic shape.
Yes, he is.
Kept us all entertained and informed about it on Instagram in the offseason. He looks as cut and as fit as he ever has. Deduca against Francis, bangs it off the wall, almost slipped it in dangerously. Michaud resurrects it with Almeida.
Michaud resurrected as well. Good thing no injury, no knee injury there for him.
Oh, and he gets a feed from Almeida. Thwarted by Coronado off the wall, almost in on the Comets. Swept out by Lennis. Almeida hits it hard into Francis. Collects the loose change. Lucas out of the corner. Can't emerge. Larson Rogers tries to sluice it to Michaud. And ultimately, it's an ambush foul on Michaud that'll send it the other way.
Yeah, Boobert's come out on that call. Michaud looked incredulous when he heard the whistle.
Lennis boots it loose. Rega tries to get to it. Good defense from Briggs. Tetsane scooches over, grabs it in front of Michaud. Still 2-0 Comets. 5.5 left in this second quarter. We'll have stats, highlights, and more for you at halftime. Hoping we get our teddy bear toss on the first ambush goal before that. Falzone down the left side. Falzone hits it off the wall. Wanted Rogers inside the box.
At least
pellets to Reget, who sends it right to Paulo.
At least he's trying. One thing you can say differently about him and the rest of the ambush offense so far today.
Martinez has hit the inside of a post just a few minutes ago. Rolls it over to Williamson. Ambush remounting the attack. Successfully killing the Deduca penalty to stay within two. Both goals came in the first quarter.
But he hit the wrong post, Joey. The right one is the post you hit to let goals in. The left one apparently keeps them out. And by the way, let's not just look at the discrepancy here. 14 shots on goal for the Comets. 4. Single digits 4 for the ambush.
Comets, certainly more activity on the offensive end. Falzone trying to get some offensive activity. Ball up over his head. Pressured from behind by Pino.
Wow, I'm not sure what the call is here, but
pass.
Three-line pass against Paulo, but he wants a call because Pino did rip down Falzone, and that call certainly changed things here for the ambush.
Definitely some arm action against Falzone. Nacho eases Andorreos, and Paulo, no trouble at all. He glares at the referee in the corner after making the easy catch.
I was going to say, I don't know if giving the referee the stink eye works. Walking over there and talking to him, that will too, though.
Deduca on the other end. Signature back down against Flores, was grabbed, looks for the whistle and gets it.
Can't be
Wants
looking
a card.
Can't be looking for the whistle like that, man. Make the turn, play hard into the wall, though. If they give you the whistle, they give you the whistle. It's not, at least you're making the play off the wall. You can't just give up on it like that if you're Deduca. You still have position.
I'll say look for the whistle is all right there. Look for the card might be a little bit much. DeDuca, though.
Well, but I'm just saying, if they don't blow the whistle there, then you've gotten screwed over for the no call, and you're left without the ball, and now your team's hooped.
Chile, Briggs, off glass, leaks toward DeDuca, tries to turn it in near post. And Francis pokes it in the air. Torrealba gets it under control. Under 4, still 2-0 KC. DeDuca gathering. Him against Flores, goes back to Almeida, and Almeida airmails this. Kansas City takes over possession.
A lot of retained possession there for the ambush, and all they get from it is skying one from long distance. It's going to be hard for them to create when things slow down. Combine that with the fact that they're not hitting the decisive passes in transition, and it's going to be hard for this team to score.
Williamson behind Marquez nods it away.
So does everyone just like go home with the teddy bears, or if we don't score a goal, or
benefiting Toys for Tots, I'm sure either way. Austin has that parabola up off the head. Catch by Coronado, defense by Tetsane. You have a favorite stuffed animal as a kid?
I had a teddy bear when I was a child. Very classic.
Leaks away as Souza
back in my day,
pushes
Joey,
it back toward Pino.
That's all they stuffed was teddy bears. We didn't get all these other animals. No stuffed sharks back in my day.
5 miles uphill to school both ways, right?
You know it, obviously.
Went to grade school with you. I was walking the same route.
I think yours was precipitously shorter, if I remember correctly.
I lived a lot closer to school. That is right. Souza toward O'Keefe. And O'Keefe on the intercept before Palmer could get to it in the offensive end. Ambush, good work by O'Keefe to get out of it.
Oh!
And Togba gets flattened by Pino. That'll be a card and a power play for St. Louis. Good feint by Togba.
Lighting made it seem red for a second. My apologies for the reaction there. I thought for a moment they just put him out there. Obviously, you got to give him the blue because of the contact. Definitely incidental, though. Pino had no idea that Togba was going to kind of stick his foot in and turn the way he did there. And Pino's arguing that he did not, that it's incidental. Got to make the blue for that amount of contact in any way, shape, or form. Yeah, the dummy from Togba really threw Pino off. But Pino, you got to be in control of your body at all times, or else you put yourselves in the position to get a blue card thrown against you. Had that been a little bit more malicious, I think a red would have been very much called for. As you can see here, Togba's still down on the ground here after potentially hitting his head.
Really hope he's all right. Valuable addition for the St. Louis Ambush. Played 5 seasons, 2017 to 2019 and 2021 to 2023 with KC. Was with the Ambush a couple of years ago, now back with the team, being checked out by the athletic training squad. Ambush trailing by 2, 2:36 left to go in the second. Power play might get us to our teddy bear toss. That'll start shortly, and it looks like a yellow card's been assigned along with the blue card, as Pino has gone into the box. Remember, fans, the Ambush are hosting a game day clinic on Saturday, January 24th. Prior to the game, for $75, you can get a ticket to the game, a soccer clinic run by professional Ambush players, and a t-shirt. $75 includes all taxes and fees. Sign up at stlambush.com.
James Togba still being tended to on the carpet right here at the Family Arena. Took a hard foul there. And now with some assistance from the medical staff, Togba back on his feet and will be helped out to the bench.
Good to see him able to get up. And we will see if he's able to return as the Ambush go on to our first power play of the game, having just successfully killed off that Kansas City Comets power play midway through this second quarter. Both goals of the game came in the first. Nacho and Lennis on the board for KC. Now St. Louis takes over on the power play. Ambush 2 for 5 so far this season. Meanwhile, the Comets have successfully defended 9 of 10 power plays against them. Togba in the tunnel back to the locker room. Certainly we won't see him again this half. We'll see about next half.
Ambush with a chance here to finally create some shots in front of Coronado. Can they do it? Only 4 shots on goal. They got to add some here in this 2 minutes.
Almeida with Deduca on the wall. Martinez and Torrealba join them up top. SK is in the middle at the top of the arc. Almeida tries to slash one through, wanted Torrealba. Garza got a piece of the foot to it. Martinez. Chile between Almeida and Deduca. Almeida able to clean it up. Torrealba to Deduca on the turf. About a minute into the power play, Ambush trying to get on the scoreboard against KC. Torrealba off a good feed from Deduca. Vandegrift comes bobsledding over to thwart.
A lot of possession, Joey, but I mean, as soon as the ball got into a dangerous area, all of that threat just completely evaporated for the Ambush. I mean, nothing really pressuring the Comets there.
And Torrealba, SK, Martinez trying to change it. Deduca, left foot, and bombs it high and wide. 27 seconds left on the power play. KC takes over with about a minute left in the first half.
Quick turnover here, can maybe still make an impact. But again, one shot on goal potentially in this power play for the Ambush. There's a potential turnover.
Off the chest of Marquez.
20
Martinez,
seconds to work with.
SK. Torrealba with Almeida off the bench.
Deduca down low.
Torrealba to Almeida. Pass deflected back to SK. Rips his shot. Ramirez may have gotten a piece. Bends wide off the glass. Inside 5 seconds left on the power play. SK to Deduca out of the corner. Coronado got a little piece. Torrealba comes busting through. But Tetsani and Vandegrift close the electric sliding doors. Vandegrift hits it downfield, wanting Reagan. We are back to 5-on-5. Paulo catches some of that Family Arena helium, and it goes all the way up into the rafters. Gets stopped. KC is going to take over possession.
So again, 2 shots on goal. Good attempt there. Deduca gets it down low. He gets it across the face of the goaltender. Ambush have multiple bodies in front of it. But unfortunately, there's 3 Kansas City jerseys helping out and flanking their tendy. And therefore, they're still up 2-0.
Nacho to Francis off the restart. About 20 seconds left to play with. Reagan
Ayo.
Let's go all the way back to Coronado. Coronado, I think, is a little bit like, what are you doing? Now he badmintons it downfield. Souza got a head to it. Deflects off of Francis. Sprays into the KC bench. Lucky 13 seconds left in the second quarter. KC 2, Ambush nothing. We'll have Angela Sharp with Jeff Locker heading into the locker rooms. Paulo up from his perch in the midfield. Keeper, right foot, brooms it forward toward Deduca. Held off by Holliman. Holliman tripped him, said no foul, nothing to see here. Referees disagree. 4 seconds left. Ambush restart just in the Comets' end. Torrealba pokes it over to Austin. Austin takes it back toward the midway line. And the horn does go off as that flutters out of play. KC 2, St. Louis nothing. This is our I-70 series, 3rd game of 6. KC leads the season series 2-0, and they lead this particular game 2-0 as well. Thanks again to Success on the Spectrum for sponsoring this I-70 series. Pleasure to be with you. Festive times at the Family Arena in St. Charles, Missouri. We've got Angela Sharp down on the Ambush bench. She's got Jamie Swanner. Let's toss it down to Angela and Jamie.
Still in it. I think a lot of that goes to Paulo standing on his head out there. What are you guys going to do? What are you going to say to get this team back in it for the second half?
Well, we're ready to play. The bottom line is we have to move the ball a little bit faster. The game's physical. We have to be physical in return. And I think at that point, we get a goal, we're back right in the game.
And we're all waiting for that. So I'm going to let you get in there and give those words of wisdom. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Angela. And wonderful Santa costume as well. Talking with goalkeeping legend Jamie Swanner. We're through one half at the Family Arena. Comets 2, Ambush nothing. You're watching the Major Arena Soccer League on MASL TV.
Take control. Make a healthy change. Maintain a healthy weight. Exercise regularly. Don't smoke or use smokeless tobacco. Eat a healthy diet. Limit alcohol. Protect yourself from the sun and avoid tanning beds. Protect against sexually transmitted infections. Get screening tests. For more 8 Ways tips, visit siteman.woostel.edu/take control.
When you have a financial partner that invests in every part of you, you can't help but feel like a star. Member owned, open to all. Community America Credit Union, invested in you.
Shoot! He scores!
This is MASL in 5. How goes it, folks? I'm Alex Bashavansky, back here in our league studio. Hope all is well in your world. There's a ton to cover today as we look at what's going on in the league right now. So let's get to it.
FAKHR-E-ALAM's got a chance here. 1v1 versus Sanchez. Cuts inside, gets a shot, and he's back it on the wall, on the ground. He beats Henry, and the ambush win!
It was a wild and wacky week 3 in the MASL. Let's start with St. Louis hosting Milwaukee. The Wave was flying high after a 2-0 start to the season, but the 0-2 ambush grabbed its first win of the campaign, knocking them off 7-6 in OT. That result was all the more shocking as Milwaukee had knocked off Kansas City on Friday night, 9-6. After beating San Diego in their opener, they were hot. Proof that this season is going to be just completely unpredictable. It was the first action of the season for Tacoma, who was hosting Baltimore for 2 games. The Blast was coming off an 11-3 destruction of Kansas City. We didn't know what to make of Tacoma. We do now. They'll be tough. They took down the Blast in both games, winning 3-2 Friday, 8-6 on Sunday. San Diego, incredibly, was looking for its first win of the season. That's right. Shockingly, they started off 0-2 on the campaign, but they got revenge on Empire, who knocked them off in their home opener. Well, Nick Pereira got his first tally as a soccer, and the Blue and Gold took the contest 6-3. Utica was trying to notch their first win of the season against Kansas City, but after taking the Comets to overtime the week before, this one wasn't really close. The Comets cruised and ultimately took it 11-5. A few hot players to tell you about from week 3. Zach Reggett, he just continues to be hot. 4 goals and 2 assists over 2 games for the Comets, and as you'll see, he's now leading the league scoring race. Ian Bennett, the ageless wonder, 42 years old, if you can believe it, and still going strong. He looks like a youngster out there, picking up a hat trick against the St. Louis ambush. Leo de Oliveira, 2 goals and 1 assist for the Blue and Gold, helping San Diego pick up their first win of the campaign as they walked into Empire and took that one. Tyler John, seeing his first action of the season with the Tacoma Stars, and he picked up a hat trick in game 2, including the game winner right there for the Stars against the Baltimore Blast. And Sergio Pinal, 2 goals and 2 assists against KC on Sunday. This after notching 3 points opening weekend. He's got 7 points so far, and he's only an MASL rookie. He's adapting perfectly to arena soccer. Your scoring leaders, all Kansas City, if you can believe it. Reggett leading the way with 14 points. Dom Francis, man, he's even good this season. 10 points so far. Then it's Andreos with 9, Marquez with 8, and Mijatovic with 8 points as well. Your players of the week in goal: Luis Beretta from the Tacoma Stars, Dominic Francis offensively from KC, and Mario Alvarez getting the defensive nod from the Milwaukee Wave. But Alvarez was getting it done on both ends of the floor, defensively and offensively. 2 goals and 2 assists in those 2 Wave games in week 3. Dominic Francis, 2 goals and 3 assists in those 2 Comet games, and Dom really settling into life as a KC Comet. He's loving it there, surrounded by all that talent. And as mentioned in goal, Beretta, huge, 23 saves he made. Good ball distribution as well in those 2 Tacoma Stars victory over the Baltimore Blast. Okay, time now for your plays of the week.
To his right, now his left. Look out, Sanchez from downtown.
Legacy Stone off the SK. SK! Off the schneid!
To the right, into Nick Pereira. Shot and a goal. Upper shelf to Leo Oliveira of San Diego.
For Utica City FC, Coronado heads it up. Rebound scored! All of them you're happy about playing. As that one's fired in and scored. It's Mijatovic to tie things at 1.
The 4 players are going to move almost as a full.
And there is the go-ahead goal. The Tacoma Stars off a deflection. Tyler and John with the goals.
Bennett from deep. Oh, the screamer! From a step outside the line, this game is tied up. The shot off the wall again, though. Torrealba's got a chance here. 1v1 versus Sanchez. Cuts inside, gets a shot, and he's by it! On the wall, on the ground! He beats Bonahenny, and the ambush win! Danielle Torrealba, the new ambush, sends them home winners for the first time this season!
And that's all the time we've got for this week's show. But just a reminder to stay up to date on everything that's going on in the MASL all throughout the season. Be sure to check out the league's official social media outlets. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.
The Post Sports Bar and Grill. Use promo code AMBUSH online for a buy one, get one free cheesesteak. The Post Sports Bar and Grill. Stay posted.
I got hurt in a car wreck. Why should I call DM Law?
Because whether you have a $10,000 fender bender or a multi-million-dollar case, we'll fight to get you every dollar you deserve. A client of ours was in a wreck and had a minor head injury. We were still able to put over $23,000 in his pocket. Another client of ours had a severe leg injury, and we got them $1.1 million.
Big case or small, Mike's got this.
If you've been hurt in a car wreck, call me. I've got this.
Hurt in a car wreck? Call 405-900-9000.
You're looking live at Axios Field at the Family Arena in St. Charles, Missouri. At half, KC Comets 2, St. Louis Ambush nothing. Good to see the youngsters from Slice out there playing at halftime, making some memories during the halftime portion of this MASL entertainment on a sunny afternoon in the St. Louis area. First half, KC initially thwarted by some good defense by St. Louis, but ultimately that shot by Nacho, pure perfection.
I mean, he couldn't put it anywhere else for that one to get in and also beat Paolo. Just a perfect shot. Everything about it goes the Comets' way.
And then a good little dummy from Michael Lennis sets himself up for the goal off a sweet feed from Chad Vandergriff. Let it pass through. Vandergriff Spider-Man'd it up the wall. Lennis, fairly easy finish to make it 2-0. Both those goals in the first quarter. At the end of the first quarter, collision between Julio Coronado and Tristan Austin. Coronado very briefly exited the game. Philip Ejimadu, who is in the house, the league leader in wins and saves, played the final 34 seconds of the first quarter. The second quarter, Coronado came back. James Togba, he got hammered by Pino after a good little feint of his own. That was upgraded to a major penalty, as well as a blue card that put the Ambush on a power play. 2-0 Comets, 15-7 shots on goal right now favoring KC.
Listen, it's about quality of shots. The Ambush outshot the Comets the first two games they played, and it didn't matter. They still got beat 7-3 and 8-3 in that matter. But when you look at the shots on goal and the fact that the Ambush had half of them, that's going to worry you. The fact that they haven't really forced too many huge saves out of those 9 from the Comets and the young goaltender Coronado, that's got to be, in my opinion, the biggest thing they focused on in the halftime. The offense has been a problem against the Comets. It's been a problem again in the first half. Right now, we're talking about 5 halves where the Comets have shut you down.
It's the Success on the Spectrum I-70 series. Second half starts right after this on MASL TV.
Here's what I'm thinking about the living room. Double hung windows are classics, but what do you think about casement windows? Or maybe sliding windows? Or even a big bay window? With all the styles Window World offers, I've got tons of options that match my taste and budget perfectly.
Which will you choose?
I might need another house or 2.
The Post Sports Bar and Grill. Use promo code AMBUSH online for a buy one, get one free cheesesteak. The Post Sports Bar and Grill. Stay posted.
At St. Luke's Heart and Vascular Institute, we understand that care is more than treatment. It's about living your best life. St. Luke's alliance with Cleveland Clinic's Heart, Vascular, and Thoracic Institute enables us to take on the most challenging cases. Make an appointment today.
Clear vision is so important for everything I do, on and off the field. I'm Zach Reggett, forward for the Kansas City Comets. We are super excited to partner with Silverstein Eye Centers as the official eye care provider for the Kansas City Comets.
I'm Dr. Steve Silverstein. We would love to show you what eye care should be. Please call us to schedule an appointment or visit our website at silversteineyecenters.com.
Want more MASL action? Follow MASL and St. Louis Ambush on Facebook and Instagram, and subscribe to MASL TV on YouTube, where you'll find game rebroadcasts, MASL shows, highlights, and more.
Start of the third quarter in St. Charles. Pino, who had his penalty, initially 2 minutes, upgraded to a major penalty, still in the box. Ambush will control off the opening tap. It will be a 5-on-4 to start this third quarter. Ambush on a power play. And pardon it, it'll be 5-on-5, but Pino will be still in the box here for a few more minutes. Ambush and the Comets. Second half starts now. Ambush trying to overcome a deuce deficit. Briggs out of the back. He'll sort it forward. Duduka up top. SK Michaud. Briggs and Almeida out there for an Ambush team that is still looking to get those teddy bears on the field. Will be tossed as soon as the Ambush score first goal. Michaud, a couple of fouls now. First of the second half.
There would have been a point when I was a child, though, where I would have made a run for the eggs with the bear. That's all I'm saying. I thought you told me I could throw this bear. If I don't get to throw this bear, I'm keeping this bear.
Rocchio's rotator cuff is ready and loose.
Ready to go.
Nacho out of the center circle.
I got practice earlier this year. The Billikens all did a bear throw as well. I got pelted in the back of the head by a few of those bears, but always happy to help shuttle them down to the field if need be.
The Nacho, after Lennis went down on an Ambush foul. Ice picks it into the corner. Reget, 9 goals to pace all scorers so far this year.
He has been incredible.
Kind of quiet today. Looked frustrated at times. Williamson, Briggs have done a good job against him.
They have, and they've really only had about 2 or 3 times where he's been able to take that long pass off the wall, where he's then be able to create deep in the Ambush's side. Good job by the Ambush to take that away from him. That was something they did over and over and over again in that opening game of the season.
As I recall, watching you on the broadcast, listening to you, it was Reagan who set up Tetsane for that first goal of the year, Wallace Scora.
And that exact same play we're just talking about. Long ball, played off the wall, and then right back off the wall again for your boy Lucia Tetsane.
Foul zone. Pressured by Andreos. Briggs back to Martinez. Foul zone. Off of a ricochet. Andreos chopping at him. Ramirez in on the action. Foul zone goes down, no whistle. Despite the protestations of the fans. Ambush still on the attack and trying to stuff it home. Won't quite get there. Hollyman gets in front, pays a price on the chance by O'Keefe. And Martinez reclaims possession for the Ambush around our bench.
Another opportunity for the Ambush where they can just get one more pass off. They probably have a wide open shot at the net, but again, could not get the pass off. That has been the big underlying story for the Ambush today, is a lack of finishing and a lack of perfect playmaking.
Almeida had Williamson just out in front of him on the pass. Hollyman on the easy intercept. Garza closed down. Gates tennises one toward Togba, who is all right, has returned to the game. It's pushed in the back in his return by Hollyman, no whistle. Togba, kind of a scary moment. Pino sent him down after a good little dummy. Sent him down hard. Togba went to the locker room in the last couple of minutes of the first half. He's pressuring against his former team. Palmer comes back to the midway line to receive from Tetsane. Vandergriff. Souza going to work against Larson Rogers. Rogers takes it away and gets held up by Souza. Ambush bench wanted a foul, a whistle, and maybe more. Get possession here.
Yeah, SK really wanted the card on that one.
And there's a challenge flag that's been tossed by head coach Jeff Locker. So 11:46 left in the third. We see our first challenge flag of the game.
Interesting interaction there. It looked like the officials were going to try to talk Locker out of it, I think. Maybe commenting on their low chances of this one being overturned in favor of the Ambush, but nonetheless, Greg Locker looking for any, Jeff Locker, excuse me, looking for any possible advantage he can find in this game as the offense continues to stagnate.
Would be great to get a blue card here, and you can see the holdup by Souza, barring away Rogers and preventing the ambush from getting out on transition. That would be pretty clear to the ambush bench. I mean, they're right there. We'll take a look at it, though. On the screen, today's refereeing crew led by Daniel Radford.
What job by Larson Rogers, by the way. Perfect little punch.
Just kind of fire pokers it loose against Souza, who also had an elbow up as he tried to get by him. Fans, mark your calendars for Friday, January 16th as the ambush partner with Siteman Cancer Centers for Kick Cancer Night. The team will be wearing specialty jerseys that will be auctioned off to benefit Siteman's Discovery Fund. Purchase your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com and be a part of the action. And he had the hand up there real close to Rogers' face, kind of clawing at him. What's that thing from Zoolander? Nothing in the face?
Yeah. I mean, it's obviously what he did. I just don't think, I think it's a steep argument from the ambush's side to argue that that foul constitutes a power play.
Here's your call. And it looks like the referees do agree with you, Matt. No blue card.
Like, yeah, he took advantage of away from you. You'll get a reset, but not surprised by this at all. Pino will extend the break a little bit as he's got to take his walk and now a jog back into the penalty box.
Pino is still serving a major penalty. We've been 5-on-5 for the entirety of this third quarter and the last handful of seconds of the second quarter, but Pino is about to break loose. Ambush challenge unsuccessful. Bishad waiting on the word go here. Gets an explanation. Jeff Locker entering his 5th season in a head coaching role with the St. Louis Ambush. Switched across field to Briggs. Almeida gets it going. Ambush needs a strike soon. Teddy Bears want to fly with Toys for Tots. We are live Axios Field, Family Arena in St. Charles. 3rd home game of the season for the Ambush, 1-1. So far on this turf, did beat the Milwaukee Wave in overtime. Thrilling game last weekend. Little bump with the thigh and knee by Almeida.
Thrilling game on Friday night as well.
Dragging it. Good win over the Strikers. Williamson down the gutter to Deduca. Challenged by Francis, off the wall, back to Michaud.
The Ambers are going to look to reset here, give Deduca a chance to recycle with Almeida back up top. And he turns it over to Andreas instead.
Picks off Austin's pass. Austin tries to get back in front of him. Looked like he should have had a steal. Andreas keeps it fairly easily. And Garza spins it back onto the KC end with Palmer. Haliman and Lennis come off the bench. Tetsane feeds Lennis out of the referee's crease. Sideboard. 10:05 left, 3rd quarter. KC 2, St. Louis nothing. This is the 40th anniversary season of the Comets. Off to a league best start. Reget, Lennis try to combine. Ambush, snuff it out. Torrey Alba gets helicoptered to the floor by Nacho. Another whistle without a blue card attached. And he got wrapped up pretty good there by Nacho, the captain of this KC team. Still, though, just one power play in the game for each team. Foul zone. Torrealba. Ambush sitting on a -7 goal differential this season. KC +5. Torrealba. Saran wraps it round the wall. Pressured by Martinez. Ball locked up by Coronado. Flares it downfield off the head of Michaud with Marquez closing in from behind. And to the fans, KC ball on the St. Louis end. 9:13 left in the third. 2-0 KC. Looks like there's a little dispute about who that went off of, Marquez or Michaud. And it'll go to the ambush. So ultimately the judgment comes through and the ambush catch a break. Torrealba going to work. Looks to blow by Souza. Torrealba short post. Save, though the ball was going a little wide by Coronado.
Getting that left wing, that's where Torrealba feels the most comfortable, and he loves those one-on-one moments. If the Ambush get a goal tonight, heck, if they want to win tonight, Torrealba winning those one-on-one moments, going to have to play in at least one of these goals.
Martinez chased back by Souza, chested down by Flores. Hatchets it over Vandergrift's head all the way back to Coronado. Nacho doing a lot of this himself. Souza can't control. Martinez gets it on the steal. O'Keefe. Williamson, Martinez, joined by SK. Togbuzz up top. Martinez unseals the jar. Togbuzz comes back to grab it. Vandergrift yanks it away on the wall. Martinez tries to cut in. Good disruption by Briggs. A shot just wide from O'Keefe. Loop down in the center circle. Martinez on the settle back through Paulo. Ambush failed to convert on another good look. O'Keefe tries to bust through against Martinez in the corner. Sandwiched against the wall. Guys spilling for it. Vandergrift in on the defense. Ramirez, who committed the turnover. Stolen by Briggs that led to the O'Keefe shot. Briggs gets in against him again. Muscles it over to Duduka. Duduka turning in the box. Francis right there to greet it. Francis trying to slalom loose. SK hips him to the floor. Marquez with play still going. Gets it out to Tetsane. Things settle a bit, but Tetsane hits it off of Ramirez. Bounces to the KC bench. Duduka wants to go fast. Almeida, left foot. Pulls it well wide to the complete auto body and repair side. KC catches a break. Williamson gathers it in the back for the ambush. 6:48 left third quarter. Ambush still trailing by 2. Duduka. Hold up play just north of the yellow line. Gates to Almeida. Over Gates' head. Splashes against the wall. Gates against Andereos. And Gates pushed him from behind. He wanted a call initially on Andereos. Goes the other way instead.
It's too much control. It's just too easy for the Comets when they have the ball in their own area.
Palmer slipping it toward Reagan. Good defense from Williamson. Reagan loses the feet. Austin downfield, nobody waiting for it. Coronado has played most of the way as the keeper today for Kansas City. Moving it forward up the right wall, Tetsane and Lennis. Torrealba pestering things. Haliman skips it forward toward Reagan. Reagan sells it against Williamson, draws a whistle.
Yeah, Zach Reagan, a player of that quality, he'll get that call every time.
He's got a 3-game scoring streak going. He's tallied a point and at least a point in every single KC game this season, all 6. 5 goals and 3 assists over the last 3 games for Reagan. Again, he's quiet, but wins possession in the offensive end for KC. They lateral along the halfway line, just above 5 minutes to go in this third quarter. Souza, jackrabbits, Reagan pulls it back against Williamson and foul zone, takes it left. Reagan close to the Lindenwood side. Good pressure from Williamson. Clearance not complete. Lennis on the intercept. Reagan to Souza. Inside Lennis hits it up above the bar. Wow. That's a break for the ambush.
Yeah, they got lucky there, Joey.
Should have been a KC goal. Now the other way. Larson Rogers off the wall. Nobody able to take it out of the pinball machine. Down went foul zone in front. Pass ended up just off to his left. And this whistle goes against Lennis around the window world side to give it back to St. Louis. Some good looks on the rush for the ambush, but St. Louis still trailing 2-0 today. First of 4 straight games against KC. Briggs, Sluicy. Togba. Pieces back, Torrealba. Torrealba deflects around inside. Good feint by Togba. Hit up off of Garza, but Coronado able to control it. Coronado launches off the head of Michaud, and that's straight off his head into the seats. We'll go to our media timeout with 4:20 left in the third. KC 2, St. Louis nothing. You're watching St. Louis Ambush Soccer on MASL TV.
At St. Luke's Heart and Vascular Institute, we understand that care is more than treatment. It's about living your best life. Our experts provide a full range of heart services, from prevention to life-saving care. St. Luke's is nationally recognized as a top heart care provider in the area for good reason. Our proud alliance with Cleveland Clinic's Heart, Vascular, and Thoracic Institute enables us to take on the most challenging cases for the highest level of outcomes in St. Louis.
The Cleveland Clinic Heart, Vascular, and Thoracic Institute is proud to collaborate with St. Luke's Hospital to deliver the highest level of innovative care in the St. Louis metropolitan area. Our alliance means you have access to world-class heart care in all the local communities St. Luke's serves.
St. Luke's Heart and Vascular Institute, a beat above the rest for a life beyond expectations. For a first diagnosis or a second opinion, make an appointment today.
MASLsoccer.com is your home for everything Major Arena Soccer League. All the latest news, leaderboards, highlights, and more. Capelli Sport is the official and exclusive preferred uniform and apparel provider for the Major Arena Soccer League. Visit MASLsoccer.com to shop the all-new MASL fan store for the latest MASL and team gear.
The Family Arena, the home of the St. Louis Ambush since 2013. Coronado and the KC Comets have blanked the Ambush so far 2-0 with 4:20 to go in this third quarter. Ramirez sneaks it to Marquez up top. Williamson holds him up. SK goes for the steal. As is Togba. Broomsticked away out to Martinez. Martinez coasts down the left side. Randy Martinez pulls it inside, launches a shot with the right foot, just wide, bicycle by SK, narrowly misses the upper 90. Duduka came crashing in backside, couldn't do it. Ambush reserve, Martinez made it difficult on the far side. Almost got it in at the far post off the wall. SK and Williamson doing their thing again, this time they're whistled for a foul. SK cited for it, less than 4 to go in the third. KC takes over after a good burst, but still no scoring for the Ambush.
Yeah, credit to the Ambush. Since that last TV timeout around the 8-minute mark, they've caused a lot of chaos in front of Kansas City. Now that's not better than execution, but it's better than what they were doing in the first quarter, second quarter as well. And so the ambush can keep this going in the end. Defense playing well, keeps it only a 2-goal game. They still have a chance.
Duduka tucked a little header toward Austin. Now it's toward the elbow! Hits the post. Skimmed the fingertips of the keeper, and then it gets cleared by Tetsane after banging off the pink post.
Ambush offense just cannot catch a break right now.
A couple of posts in the game. Some really good opportunities. It's a matter of time. Will there be enough time? Still within 2 as Tristan Austin, number 2, gets tangled with Garza. Garza goes down, draws another foul. The same place for Kansas City. Briggs clogging things well in the referee's crease against Ander Reyes. Ander Reyes looking feisty, finally gets to his feet. Gates over to Austin, ambush in the defensive end. Larson Rogers gets demolished from behind by Haliman. Haliman, I'm sure, thought it was just a love tap. Rogers going up against Abrey Haliman, saying, come on, bring it. Haliman might have about a foot on him and still join.
Abrey Haliman listed at 6'2", 180. Larson Rogers listed at 5'7", 145.
Ambush taken over after a dust-up. Pop downfield, Falzone trying to get turnage, juggles it over Haliman. Falzone, he shoots, he scores! Oh, baby! For the Teddy Bears, St. Louis! Falzone, a thing of beauty! Gets the stuffed animals onto the turf!
I think you took out our announcer's beverage.
I took out Nate the Great Soda on the throw.
What a perfect throw.
Didn't quite make it on the field, but there's plenty of teddy bears for Toys for Tots that are. What a goal for Mario Falzone. Another look.
Wow.
Juggles it over the defender, Haliman, the man who was just in that controversial play after getting loose against Nacho, and Falzone with the right foot, a beautiful half volley to the far post, beats Coronado, finally gets us to this teddy bear toss, again benefiting Toys for Tots. Thanks to all who have participated. 2:31 left in the third, ambush on the board, KC 2, St. Louis 1. This is St. Louis Ambush Soccer on MASL TV.
At St. Luke's Heart and Vascular Institute, we understand that care is more than treatment. It's about living your best life. We're nationally recognized as a top heart care provider in the area, and our proud alliance with Cleveland Clinic's Heart, Vascular, and Thoracic Institute enables St. Luke's to take on the most challenging cases for the highest level of outcomes in St. Louis. St. Luke's Heart and Vascular Institute, a beat above the rest for a life beyond expectations. For a first diagnosis or a second opinion, make an appointment today.
What a way to get on the board. Mario Falzone from Lucas Almeida with about 2.5 minutes left in the third. Fantastic juggling goal by Falzone. Gets us to the teddy bear toss. They've collected him up, benefiting Toys for Tots Falzone, one of the goals of the year so far in the MASL.
Absolutely incredible. The individual effort for him to create that shot and then to actually finish it, unbelievable. Halves the lead here for the Comets.
And I love to see Paulo coming all the way from the back to celebrate with him after just an incredible goal. Huge stuff. Falzone into the scoring column here today. Ambush trying to add to and tie it. Tetsane after heading a ball. And Coronado comes up to help him out. And Coronado missing downfield once Vandegrift. Tagba gets the low position. Hits it off the wall. Tetsane comes to bail it out. Contained by SKs. Out there with Michaud, O'Keefe, Tagba, Williamson, and Paulo.
Now the Ambush have cracked through. They really got a chance here. The defense, we haven't been able to talk about it as much because the offense was so worrisome. But now all of a sudden we're looking at potentially 3 frames here played against the Comets. Only 2 goals allowed. Got to give a lot of credit to this Ambush defense.
Kept the team in it before Falzone's first goal of the season to pair with a couple of assists. Will it hold against this solid Kansas City attack? They're taking sand out of the hourglass. Less than a minute to go in this third as Vandegrift putt-putts forward to Ramirez. Nacho. Pino, who served that major penalty earlier in the half, pecks it off the board. Marquez had it briefly. SK pried it away. Now Ramirez pops it up against Williamson. Big Rob, nice work. Loop downfield by Deduca. SK gets tangled with Pino. Both go down in the heap. No call.
Good no call there. SK hooked him and brought him down on that one.
15 seconds left in the third. Nacho to Souza. Souza tweezers it toward Nacho. Good breakup by Austin. Souza trying to fight through. Briggs down low. Rips it away. 3 seconds. Deduca. Deduca forward to Austin. Lost track of the clock. So we go to the fourth. Comets 2, Ambush 1. A fantastic goal from Mario Falzone has the St. Louis Ambush on the board. Fourth quarter coming up after this on MASL TV.
Get ready to make unforgettable memories with your little ones at Elmo's Got the Moves. The all-new Sesame Street live show coming to your neighborhood. You'll be out of your seat and dancing along with Elmo, Abby, Cookie Monster, and their furry friends. May 3rd, the Family Arena. Tickets available at the Carroll House Furniture box office located at the Family Arena or Ticketmaster. An experience you and your child will treasure long after the final song. Elmo's Got the Moves. See you on Sesame Street.
This is automatic. This is automatic.
When you have a financial partner that invests in every part of you, you can't help but feel like a star. Member owned, open to all. Community America Credit Union, invested in you.
Want more MASL action? Follow MASL and St. Louis Ambush on Facebook and Instagram. Catch MASL Monday every Monday night on MASL TV and on CBS Sports Golazo Network. Alex Bostavansky and Phil Levanko are joined each week by special guests from across the league to recap the weekend's games and discuss the league's hot topics. Think the refs missed one? Find out on Under Review with Phil Levanko and MASL head referee Ryan Sigich. The MASL's most controversial show. Catch it every Friday on MASL TV on YouTube.
Start of the fourth, anybody's ball game. This is the St. Louis Ambush and the KC Comets. KC with the narrowest of leads, 2-1 as we start the fourth. Just had our complete auto body repair ball toss, and we just honored all military veterans with our friends from Solomon Contracting. This is also Military Appreciation Day at the Family Arena. Thank you to all who have served. We had our teddy bear toss for Toys for Tots. KC, their keeper Coronado plays it out. Ambush get possession. Matt threw a ball in the complete auto body and repair. He did not get it in the tire, but it was still better than the throw I had with the teddy bear toss. Nate the Great could speak to that, right?
I can't wait to find out exactly how he reacted to getting bombarded by a stuffed animal.
It was me who threw it. I misjudged the weight of the stuffed animal, and it swerved and hit his beverage. And you can see him down there with a napkin cleaning things up. So, Nate, when you watch on replay, I'm admitting to the crime here, friend. Vandegrift partially stifles that shot by Torrealba. Easy grab for
You're going to get open beverages banned from the booth, and everyone's going to not like you.
And you know what? This is Nate. It's his return season. He was not with us as the PA man last season. Great to have him back. Torrealba just went down in the center circle, got hit in the mouth, no whistle. Don't let my spilling of your beverage discourage you in any way, shape, or form, Nate. I am thrilled that you are back. Tetsane locking up against Falzone, who had the highlight goal at the end of the third quarter. Out of the scrum, Torrealba feeding. SK steps over, takes a shot. Rackets it off the window pane, straight to Marquez. Marquez down the runway, triangulated by Ambush defenders. Martinez wagging the fingers, saying he went down of his own accord. Just past a minute into this fourth quarter. KC up by a goal. SK. Martinez wants it back. SK turns it the other way to Almeida. Almeida who picked up the assist on the foul zone goal. Swishes into the corner. Pried out by Pino. Headed by Marquez. And Arreos sent down to the turf. Not much of a touch on him by Almeida, but Andreas goes down and holds the head here.
Yeah, it looks like he might have caught the carpet when he went down. Oh no, I think he might have just caught the back of Almeida's head. The back of his head hit Almeida in the forehead. Obviously, different skull hardnesses in the back and the front of the head, Joey. Forehead, one of the hardest places on the body. Back of the head, not so much there. So Almeida, he's completely fine, but he catches Andreas right in the back of the head. And as you can see, Christian right there on the sidelines, he's definitely feeling that in the back of his head.
And Stefan Stokic using his head, sensing that he can use his challenge flag. Throws the red hanky on the field, and the referees will go over to the video review. Ambush lost a challenge earlier in this half, looking for a blue card penalty. Now KC looking for one against Lucas Almeida. 13:31 left in the fourth. And there's no blue card. Really quick on the assessment, one of the quickest that we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, Almeida's making a play for a header. That is simply just... That is the incidental contact. If you watch soccer, you've seen hundreds, if not thousands of times.
Pino and Co. take over for a Kansas City Comets team that's outshot the Ambush fairly thoroughly, but Ambush have the momentum in the game. Right now it's 15-12. KC on the shots. Ambush have tightened it up pretty steadily. 3-4, 4-1 over the four quarters. Kansas City struggled to get shots off in the third. They had 15 in the first half. Chested down by Reagant. Stolen away by the ambush defense. O'Keefe thought that was maybe off of KC last, but hit off the window pane, says the referee. Ambush will have to stay in a defensive posture.
Last thing the Ambush want to see is consistent retained possession by the Comets. They're one of those teams that seems to get better every time they get a second shot at it.
Reagan runs toward it. Francis behind it. Francis lets loose. O'Keefe fearless. Ping pongs off him. Back to the center line. Tetsane trying to reignite. Austin to O'Keefe. Transition with Togba. Tetsane on the take. Coronado on the eject. Reagan backing down against Williamson close to the midway stripe. Takes it left. Up the board. Wanted Francis. Austin escorts it all the way back to Paulo. Vandegrift interrupts rudely. Francis can't secure, goes down to the referee crease looking for a call, he gets it. Ambush not impressed by the acting, frustrated with the whistling. Almeida, I'm not sure he got him there.
You know, that wasn't natural momentum that flipped him over like that?
Well, the shot to the face as well. Listen, you know I take an Advil to watch a Jennifer Lawrence movie, so I always appreciate the toughness of these players, but that was more acting than anything, I think, on the go down.
Just take a shot at J-Law?
Well, I'm just saying, you watch those Hunger Game movies, sometimes it's better, you don't want a headache during them. Duduka trying to cause a headache for KC, but is passed by, picked off by Palmer. Ambush get it back. Turrialba slashes it. And desperately calling for it in the middle was Larson Rogers, the intended recipient of the initial pass that was stolen away easily. And the Ambush once again, maybe some questionable decision making. Now a foul on the way out. KC gets it back. 12 left. Ambush trail by a goal. Reagant into Reyes. Lennis tries to poke it in. Marquez was going down. O'Keefe.
A game of inches tonight. I mean, it could easily be 4-5, 3-4, and somehow this game's still only 2-1.
Duduka galloping, uses the wall, gets around a defender. Shot her cross is stuffed. Almost pried in by St. Louis. Kansas City wants a handball. Michaud tried to close in on it after Rogers almost sent it home.
Yeah, but Duduka, I think he either pulled a hammy or maybe even something worse with his knee.
Duduka back on the bench being examined by the athletic training crew. Ambush switching as we take possession back over on the defensive end, courtesy of a Zach Reagan foul.
Duduka, one of the only players for the Ambush consistently getting position and creating for them down low. Obviously, Mario Falzone has the big play, but he's been getting beaten up.
Williamson, easy call as he's sent down by Garza.
Duduka still down with the trainer on the ground in the bench.
Apollo square to Williamson. Forward stolen by Francis. Ian Pino, ball in the back. Kansas City has not scored in 2+ quarters. Pino over the top for Marquez. SK sculpts it into the corner. Back heel by Michaud. Williamson tries to ventilate it upfield. Lennis gets in the way. Michaud. Garbage disposal work by Marquez. Pushed it forward. Michaud got back and got in the way again. His third foul sets up KC fairly well by that Solomon contracting sign. It's also by the Under the Yellow Umbrella sign. Thanks to Under the Yellow Umbrella for providing many of the teddy bears. that were thrown onto the field at the end of the third quarter, probably including the one I hit Nate the Great's beverage with. Nacho tried to squirm it into Reagan. Ambush hit the ejector seat.
Speaking of Reagan, we talk about one of the most egregious moves I've ever seen from a player equipment, which is Zach Reagan is wearing different colored leggings. One leg is blue, one leg is red. The amount of effort to put in to make that happen is unbelievable. You see it sometimes with shooting sleeves in basketball. I don't think I've ever seen it with sleeves in indoor soccer.
Shooting
on their legs.
Yeah, that's what shooting sleeves too.
Yeah, I guess so.
Time out.
You're right. You're right. It tracks. Zach Reagan's Allen Iverson. That's my fault.
Reagan, former MASL Rookie of the Year when he was in an ambush shirt.
Actually, more Carmelo with the different colors, both sides, but still.
Red
Very
blue.
demonstrable, personal statement from Mr. Reagan.
What is it that Max Scherzer has with the different colored eyes? What do they call that? Heterochromia?
There you go.
This is like the Max Scherzer eye thing, except for the leggings of Zach Reagan.
Except he can take it off at night.
And if you're joining in from across the country, we're talking Max Scherzer. He's from here in the St. Louis area. Born in Chesterfield.
I knew that because I've watched a baseball broadcast before. Any singular baseball broadcast, I discovered that.
Should have been on the Cardinals.
Yes, he should have.
Went to your alma mater, Mizzou. KC, they are set up at the top of the bow and arrow. 10:25 left in the fourth. They have not scored since the first, but KC is up 2-1. A win would push them to 5 wins on the year against just 2 losses. Win for the Ambush would move us to 3-2. Would be a third straight for Jeff Locker and his team.
It would be an absolutely massive win. I mean, a 6-game series against the Comets this season, and already the Comets winning this series 2-0. To give them the split out of the gate in the first 3 games it'd be a tough way to start this season for the Ambush. So if they can pull one out here, change this series as we have 4 straight matches against each other, certainly could be a big difference when it comes to the momentum, the mindset, those kind of things.
Nacho rolls it. Reagan rolls it along. Paulo comes out, jousted with the boot. KC still trying to stuff it home after the initial chance from Francis. Ambush, get it out of the trouble.
Tell you what, it would have been heartbreaking for the Ambush there if trying to clear a shot out.
That's
would have
dangerous.
been the problem. Yeah, that was extremely dangerous. Togba's cleat stuck into the turf.
Marquez
was
pulled him
pulling
down
him from the back. And yeah, the last thing you want to deal with is a knee going one way and then getting pulled the other way. Not like right here. Yeah, he's under Marquez.
It's like
and
a
then
wrestling
Marquez
move.
Pulls him down. That's a dirty
bends
move.
him down with the leg, and you don't like to see that from Marquez. You hope it's all right for Togba.
And Togba, he wants to see the trainer because that one hurt. You can't blame him. And yeah, that's dirty, dirty potential there for Marquez. Not that he's doing it on purpose, but it turns into a dirty moment when you catch a guy's leg under you and you're pulling him backwards like that. That's why any of those kind of rip downs, pull downs need to be called, I think, at honestly, a stricter level in this league. And that's because we get things like this where you got cleats, you got carpet that sometimes isn't 100% down that you can get caught under. So having people get pulled down like this in any way, shape, and form, there's just too much risk with the carpet that legs are going to get caught, that you're going to get caught under a player like Togba did there with Marquez, and then obviously his reaction there could have caused some knee pain and an injury there. Everything going the wrong way.
For the second time in the game, Togba being examined by the athletic trainers. He exited the game briefly right before halftime after a collision with Pino. After Marquez brings him down here, Togba again on his feet to the applause of the Ambush faithful. Togba gingerly over toward the bench. You're watching the Success on the Spectrum I-70 series. St. Louis and KC game 3 of 6. KC leads the game 2-1, leads the series 2-0. This is the first of 4 straight games between the two outfits. December 27th over at Cable Dahmer Arena. Eric Bergrud, Nick Vasos, and our good friend Lux on the call for that 6:05 Central Time kickoff. Watch social media to learn where to tune into that game at. On the 27th, of course, we will be back here at the Family Arena on December the 31st. Kickoff at 3:05. Tickets available at Ticketmaster.com and at the Family Arena box office.
By the way, just a little update from the Ambush's bench. I do not see Duduka standing with the rest of his team. Togba is currently sitting down, having his knee tended to.
Falzone was dragged down. Martinez bullets one. Ricochet's back.
Falzone obviously is going to be huge. Without Duduka, they are down to really only one big hold-up play potential candidate. Torrealba doing it a little bit there on the wing, but Falzone's the one guy who can do it big in the middle.
And Reyes working with Tetsane down the right side. Tetsane off the wall. And Reyes came bursting through. Torrealba wins it. Briggs goes to the floor. Falzone, the Ambush's goal scorer. Clever little back heel. Torrealba with Martinez. Martinez! Shot blocked. Ramirez, who has an assist in this game, comes streaking over and gets a piece. Coronado grabs the kangarooing ball.
You're going to go see the replay on that one, but Torrealba, I think, made himself available for the back pass from Martinez, and he just didn't try for it there. Another instance, though, when the Ambush wasted a prime chance to get an easy goal.
Ramirez and Vandergraaf have the assists in the game for KC. Almeida has the one in the game for St. Louis. Souza to Marquez. Briggs goes down against him. Still influencing things from the floor. Marquez goes down.
It's got to be a call against Briggs.
And the whistle does come out.
It's got to be a call against Briggs. He's trying to make the play while he's on the ground, something our youth coaches told us never to do, Joey Zanaboni, but nonetheless, he kept trying to make the play. Eventually, the ball gets away from Marquez, and Briggs is still there kicking at his legs. That's too easy of a call for the officials there.
Inside the arc, just outside the box. Free kick coming for KC. Reggett and Nacho on it. Do they do the little Pinewood Derby roller play they just did? Or do they just grip it and rip it? Forget gripping it. Might just be ripping it. Reggett to Nacho. Williamson gets in front as the Ambush scramble over. And Reyes let it pass through. Now Souza in the corner, disrupted by Williamson. Very good defense from Big Rob. Ambush needs some on the offensive end. Trailing 2-1, just south of 9 minutes to go. Paulo escalates downfield. Martinez. ESK and Machad up top. They go back to Briggs and Williamson in the back. Chili Willie. Against Reyes. Takes him left. Almeida gives it right back inside the goal line. SK off the wall. He had Gates in deep, and Gates just partially overran it. Almeida ends up with it back up top. Chile. Trying to go inside against Garza, holds him up. Michaud. Thumbtacks it toward the wall off the foot of Williamson. Almeida can't secure. Now he re-wins against Reyes. Nacho comes over. Tries to stop the ball, and the whistle stops the play. 7:43 to go. A little scuffling afterward. Almeida restarts quick, and the referee says, you know what? The ball wasn't stationary. Go ahead and do it again. Almeida gets back to the bench. Michaud with Paulo in the back. Torrealba, Austin. Gates and Briggs in the front. Briggs closest to the goalie as Paulo creeps it across the halfway line. Gates in the corner, tries to slip one in. Disrupted before he could get to Austin. Clearance not complete for KC. Torrealba. Shuffleboards back to Michaud. Torrealba. Right foot, deflected shot, he got it!
Yeah, baby, yeah! He's him!
Torrealba again in a clutch moment, and the Ambush have tied it 2-2. Palmer got a piece. The Kangaroos up over Coronado, who didn't read it perfectly, and we are tied at deuces with 7:15 left in the fourth. Ambush have come back from a 2-0 deficit. Final half of the fourth quarter coming your way after this on MASL TV.
The Post Sports Bar and Grill. Use promo code AMBUSH online for a buy one, get one free cheesesteak. The Post Sports Bar and Grill. Stay posted.
Here's what I'm thinking about the living room. Double hung windows are classics, but what do you think about casement windows? Or maybe sliding windows? Or even a big bay window? With all the styles Window World offers, I've got tons of options that match my taste and budget perfectly.
Which will you choose?
I might need another house or two.
At St. Luke's Heart and Vascular Institute, we understand that care is more than treatment. It's about living your best life. We're nationally recognized as a top heart care provider in the area, and our proud alliance with Cleveland Clinic's Heart, Vascular, and Thoracic Institute enables St. Luke's to take on the most challenging cases for the highest level of outcomes in St. Louis. St. Luke's Heart and Vascular Institute, a beat above the rest for a life beyond expectations. For a first diagnosis or a second opinion, make an appointment today.
Goal by Torrealba. Late stages, clutch performance. Where have you heard that before? 7:15 left in the fourth. We're tied 2-2.
That's all he does. I mean, he's been so impactful for a while there until the foul zone. Incredible solo effort. It looked like Torrealba might be the only one who could really make the plays to get this team through. And what an incredible moment. I know obviously Palmer's deflection makes it happen, but Torrealba, he's just too consistent. He's too dangerous not to change games.
Now could it be a go-ahead goal? Eji Madu has come in as the new keeper for KC, and he thwarts the run by Austin.
Yeah, talk about a short leash there for the young keeper.
They've been going back and forth, first because of injury, now because of necessity. It seems Austin inside the foul zone.
Francis made just enough contact to slow that down. Good defending there by the Comets. Johnny on the spot, down Francis.
Martinez chases it down in transition ahead of Lennis. 6.5 to go, 2-2. Paulo inside the goal line. Bops it toward Almeida, mishits it with the toe back onto our end. He's trying to bicycle it forward. Briggs bails it. Wants Togba in transition.
Togba heavy wrap on his knee. Still no Duduka, it looks like, for the ambush.
Injuries a concern for the ambush today. Over the top, Briggs wanted Togba.
So without Duduka, Togba becomes the secondary hold-up player for the ambush. He's not necessarily the player with his feet that Duduka is, but he can win the ball in the air, and that gives the secondary action to the rest of the ambush roster around him.
Torrealba thought he got a piece of that with the head, and that would have been important because it's a three-line pass. A couple of times now that this has affected the ambush in the game. Comes back down onto the ambush defensive side. 5:43, still tied 2-2. Defended these restarts really well.
I was with Torrealba on that one. Looks like he did get a piece of it.
That's what he's got the stripe in the hair for. Makes it easier to see. Nacho to Andreas. Down low, Souza! It's it off the crossbar. Toenail clippers it off the pink. And now it's hit hard by Flores. It spills back for a bad hit by Francis. Looks like somebody forgot to toss their teddy bear. Another one comes onto the field here.
Paolo finding a teddy bear.
There's a couple of teddy bears floating around behind the goal.
He tried to bring it back into the game, I guess, to get it, make sure it got collected, but the referee just tossed it back out.
Sure, they'll get them to Toys for Tots.
Yes, the fans are collecting them now.
Haliman splits a couple of attackers on the steal. Torrealba goes back to stifle him. Often moving, Gates and SK. Back to Gates. One-on-one against the keeper. paddled down by Ejimadu.
Yep, between the pipes.
Not great decision making.
Between the pipes as the ambush try to get the game-winning goal for these next 5-10 minutes. Will be statistically the best goalie in the league. A man who this season has been able to bench Nicolau Neto.
Ambush will get a restart, though, at the top of the arm. After it's escorted out of play by KC. Almeida from the bow and arrow, and he will make the decision, take the timeout. It's 5 minutes and 10 seconds remaining at exactly 5:10 Central Time. Fourth quarter, KC 2, St. Louis 2. Matt just alluded to it. If this is still tied up, we'll go to some golden goal overtime that would take us north of these 5+ minutes. Lucas Almeida immediately given a clipboard. Basically a player coach with the ambush. Almeida, the longtime vet, is going to draw something up with the guys before this crucial restart opportunity.
Going to be interesting to see what the ambush do again without Duduka. Really changes what they can do to get the ball down in front of the Comets. What happens once they get the ball down in front of the Comets, that doesn't change. The question is going to be, can they get the ball onto the feet of Daniel Torrealba? And of course, why would that matter? Well, because it was Daniel Torrealba here when they were facing off against Milwaukee. It's that one-on-one game again. You're going to see him set up there on the left side, 1v1. He's got a man right there, and he's just going to take him one-on-one, one step inside, and then he beats one of the best tenders in the league, Bonahene, low into his right side. An incredible goal by Torrealba. Can he do it again? That's the big question.
Torrealba got the ambush, their first win of the season here last weekend. Won Friday against the Empire Strikers for our first road win. Now the ambush looking for that second W at the Family Arena. Torrealba out there with Almeida. SK, Togba, Briggs is down low. KC is rejoining the party with Ejimadu and Co. setting things up. Torrealba is now inside the goal, behind Ejimadu.
I think he's trying to make sure Ejimadu doesn't have eyes on him.
Sneaks out to the post, to the left-hand side of Almeida against 3 on the wall. Lucas slips to SK, blocked at the source, down low. Briggs tries to fight it home. Squirts harmlessly in the box. Garza just hands it loose.
Briggs and Vandergriff, though, laughing as they face off against each other one-on-one down low.
Longtime foes, longtime parts of the St. Louis soccer community as well.
You have to imagine they've gone against each other on a pitch for longer than just the last few years on an indoor pitch.
Briggs, Vandergriff, a couple of great St. Louis soccer names. Bent through by Torrealba.
Perfect ball off the wall, but again, no ambush player where it needs to be.
SK outside the gold stripe. Under 4.5, 2-2.
From the right side this time for Torrealba.
Torrealba just misses. Almeida juggles it down. Lucas unicorns it off the wall. Haliman bops it out. Settled by SK. Torrealba left foot this time. Ejimadu flares the hands up. It does drift out of bounds over the wall.
Again, we saw that from the left side from Torrealba in the replay. We've been talking about him from that left side, but here we go. Right side Torrealba, can he make another game-winning effort from the opposite side?
Williamson trying to feed into foul zone. Vandergriff gets in the way. Ejimadu wings it downfield. SK right there to greet. Stays in play for him. Torrealba against Regans. Spins and turns against him and Souza. Souza pinches it away, but gets called for a foul. Souza picks it up, tosses it over to Michaud, to the ref. Michaud, SK, Williamson. Out of the back, finding foul zone. Torrealba, sign closest to us. Williamson spies him. 3:20, 2-2. Torrealba splits some wickets. Ejimadu anticipates as SK made the diagonal run. Ejimadu, long launch. Francis misplays it slightly. Good throw, bad touch. Michaud all too grateful to claim. Slaps it off the board. Austin pressured hard by Nacho. Deflects out off of Nacho, they say. Kansas City protests, but Ambush will take over on the possession.
Christian Briggs definitely being demonstrably vocal with the officials in the booth. Did a good job of yelling at the officials while not facing them. Always crucial to not face the officials when you yell at them to make sure you don't get any kind of foul for speaking to them while you're not the captain.
Just misses at the near post.
Why not take it?
Tried to sell it against Gates. Gates was all over the call. Almeida down the right side. Stoppered up in the corner. Poke back to Gates. Oh, ball that lacks nutrition, spinning around dangerously in the box. Austin tried to lay claim. Edgy Madu made himself a little space, almost stepped out of the box. Pump faking on the throw. Lennis. Marquez, 2 open down the right side against Gates. Finds Tetsane, winds up, mishits. KC's had a couple of those whiff-type moments. Did this go off of last? They'll say Tetsane, not O'Keefe. That's to our delight. 2:15 ambush with the ball tied 2-2.
Joey, if I believed in momentum, I'd be a pretty big fan of it right now if I was an ambush fan.
Michaud goes launching. This gets whistled back.
They've controlled about 3 or 4 minutes of the attack in the last 5 or 6. Control over the game that they almost never attain against the Comets, let alone at any point tonight when the offense has been struggling the way it has. But nonetheless, constant and consistent dangerous attacks have come here in the second half of this 4th frame. Big Mo potentially here in St. Louis for the ambush.
Michaud out of the center circle with Paulo functioning as a 6th attacker. He'll peel back now as SK. Reindeers it forward with the left foot. Tries to slide one down low to Torrealba into the net. Ramirez got a piece. It bungee jumps up over the glass.
I mean, a tape-to-tape, picture-perfect pass from SK to Torrealba. The only problem there, Philip Ejimadu, I imagine around size 12 boot right in the path of that pass. Other than that, I mean, Torrealba just stuck his foot out, and if Ejimadu's not there, the ball hits him perfectly, and the ambusher up 3-2. What a play from SK.
It's a corner. Almeida back to Briggs. Stifled at the source by a sliding Tetsane. Pings out to SK. Gets it over to Tagba. Left foot slides it through. Almeida tries to redirect. Ends up wide. Tetsane trying to find an avenue. James steps in against him. Good take. Uses Torrealba. Torrealba. Right foot Vandegrift goes down to a knee. Needed 4 blocks today to get to 400 in his career. Vandegrift gets a block there.
I think he got there.
Tagba to Briggs. Vandegrift comes sliding out on him. Briggs goes down, and the Tweety Bird does come through.
Briggs might have landed awkwardly jumping to avoid that contact there, but it looks like they still made some contact as well. Good call. Twist his ankle here, we'll see.
$1.21 left in the change jar.
Nah, he landed fine.
And that was the 4th block of the game for Vandegrift, so congrats to him on 400. Almeida spoons it. SK turning. SK puts it in an hot air balloon. $1.17 left. 2-2 game. Pino jars it out. Reagan against Williamson. Williamson wanted a call. Ball gets by everybody. Paulo downfield wanted foul zone as we slip to 66 seconds left. Ambush again on a restart in the back.
Torrealba, Martinez, Williamson, Rogers, and foul zone. They're a 5-man group for the ambush. It's going to change. Whoa, Martinez.
Martinez can't get a lasso around that.
Colin O'Keefe and John Gates, Michaud come on now. Not exactly the most offensive group here for the ambush. Trying to win this one in the final minute.
Pino's long ball knocked down by Williamson. Francis to Marquez. Chest it, Palmer. Left foot near post. Just misses the post. Hits Paulo, and now Nacho missiles it over the bar. Grabbed by Palmer, 40 seconds.
Palmer beat the hands of Paulo, but the placement just outside the frame. Kansas City inches away from walking away with a late win.
Ejimadu swishes one forward. Marquez isolated against Williamson, 25 seconds. Marquez, shot partially tipped. Flores trying to settle, turn, and hit. Didn't get it off that cleanly against Larson Rogers. Marquez fighting for it off the wall. Michaud emerges with it. 13 seconds. Jeff Michaud racing downfield. Michaud to the corner, takes a shot. Ejimadu gets a piece. Springs up and Ejimadu gathers the second chance. Less than 5 seconds. That'll send us to overtime.
What was Michaud looking at, Joey?
At the end of 60 minutes of regular play, it's the KC Comets 2 and the St. Louis Ambush 2.
I got hurt in a car wreck. Why should I call DM Law?
Because whether you have a $10,000 fender bender or a multi-million-dollar case, we'll fight to get you every dollar you deserve. A client of ours was in a wreck and had a minor head injury. We were still able to put over $23,000 in his pocket. Another client of ours had a severe leg injury, and we got them $1.1 million.
Big case or small, Mike's got this.
If you've been hurt in a car wreck, call me. I've got this.
Hurt in a car wreck? Call 405-900-9000.
Get ready for Filter. Live in concert with Finger 11. And Local H. Friday, March 13th, the Family Arena. Get tickets now at the Carroll House Furniture box office located at the Family Arena or Ticketmaster. Don't miss this show.
For the second straight game, it's overtime at the Family Arena in St. Charles. Ambush end up out shooting the Kansas City Comets 22-20 on goal. Tied 2-2 at the end of regulation. KC was hot offensive early. Ambush hot offensively late.
Not hot enough, though. Just got the 2, and that's why we're playing an extra frame here, Joey.
Let's hope it ends like that 7-6 W over the Milwaukee Wave. W for the Ambush would move this team to 3-2. Loss would drop KC to 4 wins, 2 losses in regulation plus 1 loss in overtime. Regent presses go. 1 score wins it. Anybody finds the back of the net, this thing is over. Regent turning against Briggs. KC in possession first to start this overtime period. Nacho, Delenis. Those 2 have scored in this game for KC. Falzone and Torrealba on the Ambush side. Squeak to Regent. Pino. Nacho and him keep it at bay.
A little bit of a feeling out process here to start off the overtime, it looks like. Reagan Briggs down low. Reagan throwing up some kind of hand signal to the rest of the offense.
Souza lobs it to him off the wall. Reagan against Briggs. Back to Tetsane. Sidesteps it over to Vandegrift, who just came off the bench. Reagan left foot. Drizzles that just wide. O'Keefe Waiting for it up the board against Ramirez. Reget hit it up into foul zone. Foul zone.
Put your man down the left.
A little bit tangled up there, I think with his own boots against Souza. Souza gets it from Tetsane. Souza, right foot, diving save by Paulo. Foul zone, over to Torrealba. Snuffed by Ramirez. Marquez bullying through. Marquez keeps it against Machado and Torrealba. Flush to the wall, spin cycle there. Gets to Ramirez. Not a great shot from him. Briggs was coming to block, hit it right at Paulo, and Paulo able to get it in Tupperware. Michaud. Diagonal ball to nowhere. Wanted Tagba. Stolen by Pino. Almeida almost takes it back. Marquez, Haliman. Marquez goes off. Palmer comes on. Reget back on as well. Ejimaru way in the back. Creeps it forward in that pink kit. Came in seemingly for good in the fourth for Coronado. Plays it off the wall to Reget. Slashed at well by Martinez. Rogers skips it over to Tagba against Francis. Tagba finds Martinez. Martinez! Went back post, just misses. Rogers, bodied by Haliman. Squeegees back to Francis. Francis ejects. Marquez off the bench. Williamson turns on the speed, got to it. Couldn't control initially. Off the window, Paulo kind of awkwardly splays it out. Palmer knocked it down, couldn't get a shot off. Now Palmer, around Martinez, working with Marquez, back to Palmer. Almeida, the ageless wonder, comes sliding in and blockades things. Vandergriff, another ageless wonder, wins it back. Marquez through to Palmer. Palmer can't get the shot off, defended by Gates. Palmer wanted a push on Gates called.
And pretty egregious push there by Gates to not get called.
And the referee does stop play,
He wants to
and
look
he's
at
going to
it.
go to the screen.
Wow, that's going to go against the ambush.
Left in the 6:36. That's the area code out here in St. Charles, 6:36. That's the time left in the overtime period, 2-2. In a video review, referee initiated, will potentially set Kansas City up with a gift late.
Yep. I mean, it's going to be hard to look at that replay and not rule in favor of Ramon Palmer. I mean, it's pretty egregious extension by Gates as well. Palmer's got great position. Marquez just misses him. Gates, though, closes the ground between the two. Wow!
And to the referee's credit and to Gates' credit, he came in hard but tried to stop and was kind of gentle. Now, arguably, the momentum was carrying him, but
I mean,
ultimately, this goes the ambush's way.
Can we find somewhere in an estate sale one of the many awards that Laurence Olivier won for his incredible acting, and see if we can get it to our good friend Mr. Gates today?
Well, I think it was Olivier who very famously said, "Let the weight do the work," and that's what Palmer may have done there. Going down, and it is a favorable call for the ambush, though KC does take over possession of the back.
Sounds like more of a Brando kind of thing to say about acting.
Jimadu jars it forward. And Reyes and Lenis keep it. Lenis trying to finish it. Hits it over the bar. Vandergriff fly swatters it back toward Andrew Reyes. Pops up toward Lenis. Disrupted by O'Keefe in the corner. O'Keefe keeping it pinned there. Reget comes over to help out. Lenis spills. No call here. KC with the ball back on the halfway line. Vandergriff off the head of foul zone. Ionesque bursting left side. Thwarted by Vandergriff. Foul zone, wins it against Nacho. Foul zone, trying to get it to Esque. Blocked by Vandergriff. Nacho pops it up. Michaud chests it down. Want to get the shot off. Reget wins it. Poked loose by Nacho. Gobbled up by Torrealba on the defensive side. 5:36 until we go to a shootout. 2-2 game. Next goal wins it. Torrealba blows by Andreas. Torrealba hip down by Garza at the yellow line. Wants a card, just gets a Tweety Bird.
Reset is how they won it last time, though. Whew, that was a rough tackle there by Jacob Garza. He came flying in there and took out both of his feet.
Garza, new to this I-70 rivalry. He commits the foul. Michaud closest to the ball with Torrealba behind him. Plays it back to Torrealba. Ambush looking to win it. Torrealba's shot blocked by Ramirez well north of the yellow line. Grabbed by Williamson. Restarted in the back with Paulo. Pino tracks it down with the head. Michaud butter knifes it. Tetsane knocks it off the kitchen table. 5 minutes left in this overtime period. Paulo pressured by Garza. Paulo makes a little space. Launched outfield. Togba transition against Pino. Togba swipes it off the wall. Pino goes over him. Maybe has a word as Togba tumbled. Off the head of Torrealba. Spills to Marquez. KC back on the attack. Briggs having trouble finding the ball. They get it towards Souza in the middle. Luckily, Ambush able to thwart. Pass from Palmer. Couldn't do anything with it. Tetsane was closing in. Now it's Pino. Kosi forward takes a shot. Fingertip saved by Paulo.
Just hard enough off the wall that Palmer could not get it. He was right there.
Now it's O'Keefe.
Tetsane, excuse me.
Past Tetsane. O'Keefe pulls it back.
Wow.
4:15.
Inches this entire game, Joey.
Gates and Williamson. Under 4, Paulo guides it across the center line with the right foot, slices it through. Martinez off the wall, mishandles it, hits it into the screen. KC takes over, 3:48. Neither
Ambush.
team.
Just 1 or 2 shots on goal in this overtime period. I think the Comets are at 3 or 4. Got to give credit to the Ambush, though, who were almost getting doubled up on shots on goal. Only 1 behind Kansas City. They really outshot them in the second half.
Neither team able to finish it. Neither team's gone to a shootout this season. Regans keeps possession. Tries to get inside. Haliman! A gift under the tree, and Paulo! Sniffing it out like those airport dogs did with my cutlery set. Ambush, bop it downfield. Martinez with Valzone. Tries to go crossfield instead for SK. Stolen away by Lennis. SK frustrated. Valzone wins it back, but commits a foul in doing so.
SK not the only one who's frustrated. Just another transition moment missed by the Ambush. Too many chances. How many are you going to get to waste before you finally capitalize? How many are you going to get to waste before Kansas City makes you pay for it?
Francis forward to Marquez off the wall. Martinez comes back, gets a piece as it drifted dangerously through the box. Francis pops it up. Austin tracks it down by the Ambush bench. 2:54 to go in this sudden death overtime period. Austin trying to get through against Ramirez. Ramirez goes down. Foul on the Ambush. And the Reyes playing back through Reggie Madu. Pino swats it downfield. Reagan against Williamson. Bounces to Togba. Austin spinning against Pino. Austin out of the center circle, trying to lead Michaud. Nacho finds it. O'Keefe finds it. Gets it to Togba with that bandage on the right knee. Goes off. Almeida comes back on. He, Michaud, and Williamson out of the back. Gates and Austin forward. On the lily pad, Michaud. 2-10. Williamson, left side. Dueling against Nacho. Defers back to Michaud. The 3-man weave will take it back basically onto the defensive side. Williamson tries to go down the left side. Anticipated by Garza. Ramirez over the top. Walks the tightrope, hits Jamie Swanner. And the St. Louis Ambush assistant took it off the hand. The former goalie will get checked up on here as it looks like it jammed up against his thumb. Ball out of play. And there's an argument here. Was it in play or out of play? It looks like there's a yellow that's given to somebody. I think the St. Louis Ambush bench. I guess they're saying that Swanner disrupted the ball. It would have stayed in play had it hit the top of the wall, tumbled back onto the turf. And it's certainly what it seems like Andreas is saying. He was mad that Swanner disrupted it. Yellow against the ambush bench. It's a major penalty. We will stay 5-on-5, $1.47 left. Now it's Vandegrift after Jamie Swanner got the yellow card. Andreas, clock worked over to him. Kansas City only scored in the first quarter. Nothing in the last 3 quarters, nothing in overtime. They go to their go-to, Regent. Regent, stifled by Brinks, leaks over to Nacho, elbowed O'Keefe in the mouth, and O'Keefe goes down. Foul on Nacho. Paulo looking for more than just the whistle.
Second straight home game against the Comets where we've had an issue with a Comets player getting their elbow a little bit high. Not nearly as egregious as it was last time, but still another high elbow getting thrown around by the ambush, or by the Comets inside the St. Louis Family Arena.
Tough shot, and the refs will instigate another review. This is really at the request of Paulo in the ambush. All over it. 1:27 left in sudden death overtime. We will go to a shootout if no one can resolve it here.
I think it was. It might have been Nacho Flores. I'm trying to think back now to Black Friday evening. Which Comets player was ejected? It might have been Nacho Flores for an elbow. So I know there was one of the players, and I'm honestly blanking on it, Joey, but we'll go back in the fouls and double check that call.
And it looks like this will stay cardless on the elbow in the mouth. So we will stay 5-on-5. Will be set up in the corner. Ambush in possession, Briggs with the ball. Long pass, it gets over Torrealba. So trying to start something up out of the back. They miss Torrealba.
My apologies, it was Leonardo Acosta.
75 seconds left, Marquez. Dolphins over Briggs. Ends up taking a hard fall himself, and this will stop play. Went up against the wall, and Marquez goes down with injury.
Yeah, we're going to see, did an ambush player push Marquez in there? How egregious was this? Doesn't deserve a call.
I don't think so.
Here comes the replay here. Briggs, Briggs just kind of not making the play that I think Marquez expected him to make on the ball. Not really anything that Briggs can do about that. Marquez just coming hard towards the ball. Briggs leaves a leg out there, but I don't think you can blame him as he was just trying to get low on that play. Marquez, though, shook up, walking to the bench under his own power.
If this game is still tied after the 10-minute overtime period expires, the game will be determined by a 5-second shootout procedure, best of 3 rounds, then sudden death, victory shootout kicks. So best of 3, each shooter getting 5 seconds to determine things if we go the next $1.11 without anybody scoring. Ambush trying to win it in overtime. Toss out by Paulo, stolen by Souza, poked right to the chest of Chile. Martinez back to Williamson. Did the ambush just take the last of the sand out of the hourglass here? Fans their feet as we get under a minute. And Paulo, long ball. Oh, what a header by Falzone. Big save, though, by Ajimadu. A little flick by Falzone, no-look style, almost finished the game.
That ball jumped up, might have hit his hand, though, no call.
Souza plays it back and goes to the bench. Reagan starts it forward, 34 seconds. Pino, back to Francis. Martinez slips it. Reagan held at bay by Williamson. Reagan loses it off the feet. Ambush reclaim. Martinez over to SK. Back to Martinez, 12 seconds. Martinez. O'Keefe down the left side. O'Keefe trying to hurry. Has it snatched away by Pino. Goes down in a heap on a challenge by Ramirez. 3 seconds. Garza into the ambush and gets no further than the corner. We finish 60 minutes of regulation plus 10 minutes of overtime, tied 2-2. Shootout coming up next. The I-70 series, Ambush Comets. Going to finish in spectacular fashion after this on MASL TV.
The Post Sports Bar and Grill. Use promo code AMBUSH online for a buy one, get one free cheesesteak. The Post Sports Bar and Grill. Stay posted.
At St. Luke's Heart and Vascular Institute, we understand that care is more than treatment. It's about living your best life. St. Luke's alliance with Cleveland Clinic's Heart, Vascular, and Thoracic Institute enables us to take on the most challenging cases. Make an appointment today.
Here's what I'm thinking about the living room. Double hung windows are classics, but what do you think about casement windows? Or maybe sliding windows? Or even a big bay window? With all the styles Window World offers, I've got tons of options that match my taste and budget perfectly.
Which will you choose?
I might need another house or two.
For you, this is our 5th season on the call. It's been a little while since we've done a shootout at home, hasn't it been?
We won the first season?
Won the first season.
That
Nothing
it?
since.
That's it? Oh
yeah,
my
isn't that
gosh.
crazy?
I was going to say, I felt like, I feel like it's been a long time. I'll be honest, I guessed that one for first season. I don't remember it at all. I completely guessed. I don't remember it. It's been a long time since we did that one shootout.
Which Ambush won against Dallas.
It's the scoring of this league, and obviously in a 2-2 game, I feel is a little foolish to be pointing out how high the scoring and how at any moment a goal can happen at any time in this sport, in this format. Feels a little weird considering it's a 2-2 game, but I mean we're talking about 50 shots between these two teams, a very low-scoring game here, and let's wrap this one up here with a little bit of a shootout, Joey. A little special version of MASL soccer that not a lot of fans have gotten to experience. Obviously,
5 seconds. You get 5 seconds to get it across the line. Best of 3.
In this arena has seen one live in this arena in the last 4 seasons, so let's make a little history.
They kind of tweaked the rules a couple years ago. Almeida with the ambush shooting first. Right foot, Ejimadu slides up, makes the initial stop, and then gobbles it up. Again, it's about the 5 seconds, not about whether the initial shot is stopped or anything like that. Ejimadu comes sliding out. Almeida still pursued it, but Ejimadu makes the save.
You saw it on the first shot from the ambush. The next few shots from the ambush, look to see them go low against Ejimadu. He's a big body, and they want him diving to the ground to make saves.
Now it's Lucas Souza against Paulo. Souza, right foot, he buries it top shelf. Hits it up over Paulo, so it's 1-0 after one round to KC. Souza, not a lot of trickery about it.
On the other side there, Paulo, smaller. He gets down to the low a little bit easier, and so what does Souza do? He goes high, expecting that.
Williamson trying to even up.
I expect him to go low here again, Joey.
Big round.
Watch him go high.
Rolls it with the right foot. Williamson, Ejimadu gets a piece and sprays it up over the upper 90. So the ambush are 0 for 2. If KC scores here, this game's over.
And he tries to go low again, but Ejimadu beating the scouting report. He gets down low, gets his hand there to follow the foot, closes that window, potentially closes out this game.
Now the Week 3 Player of the Week, Francis, comes up for Kansas City. This 3-round shootout could end here off the boot of Dominic Francis out of Huddersfield, England, where we know they're watching this afternoon on MASL TV. Francis against Paulo. Francis, left foot, Paulo keeps us alive.
Same shot there. Francis tries to elevate it, but just like Ejimadu, Paulo's going to drop down low. His hand's going to follow his foot, and he's going to close off that little area to put it high above him. Huge save there from the Brazilian Rob Lowe.
Now Torrealba, the man who tied the game late. He and Falzone with the goals for the ambush today.
He should be salivating 1v1.
Torrealba, right foot, right into Ejimadu, and that is the ball game.
Big Philip Ejimadu, the body. He's huge, and he uses it to advantage. He plays Torrealba aggressively, charging out there. Torrealba, though, too flat of a line, doesn't give himself any kind of angle to play with.
And look who's right in the center of the celebration. Coronado, who started the game in goal. Ejimadu came in about halfway through the fourth quarter and made a big difference late. The winningest goalkeeper this year in MASL. He'll pick up win number 5. All 3 in the shootout failed to score for the ambush. Ejimadu crucial in that, makes 3 saves, and the only ball that goes in off the boot of Souza as the first hitter for KC. That does win it for him in the shootout. Nacho and Lenis scored in the first quarter for KC. Ambush tied it up in the second half. Beautiful goal late in the third by Falzone. Prompted the teddy bear toss to support Toys for Tots. And then Torrealba tied it up late in the contest. We went through a 10-minute overtime period, finally get to another shootout. Unfortunately, KC does win it by a final score of 3-2. Again, your final score, Kansas City 3, St. Louis 2. We'll have Angela Sharp down on the field in just a moment. Ambush finished for now against KC, but headed over for a 6 p.m. tilt. Cabled Dahmer Arena in Independence, Missouri on the 27th. And then KC will visit us 3 o'clock on New Year's Eve before the teams conclude the season series on January 4th over in Independence. Next St. Louis Ambush home game will be on Wednesday, December 31st as the Ambush take on the Comets. In the Success on the Spectrum I-70 series, Tucano St. Luke's is giving away light sticks for the first 1,000 fans in the arena, plus there will be a post-game countdown and balloon drop on the field immediately following the game. Kickoff is at 3 o'clock Central Time. Tickets are available at Ticketmaster.com or at the Family Arena box office. Ambush Comets, the I-70 series will continue. KC right now leading the series 3-0. Ambush do drop back to 2-3 with the loss, really 2-2-1 with the overtime/shootout loss. 2-2-1 for the Ambush and 5-2 overall for the league best Kansas City Comets. Dominic Francis is down on the field with Angela Sharp. Let's toss it to them.
All right, I got Dom Francis down here. Walk me through this, because obviously you guys were ahead. You didn't like losing the lead, but then you did win in the shootout. How is the emotional roller coaster of a player?
Yeah, I mean, it's one that you've got to kind of balance yourself out. If you get too emotional, like when you go down, it can just keep going down. So you got to kind of find that balance to, stay in the game, which I know we gave up a 2-goal lead, but I mean, we made it work at the end, so.
You did get the win, which is important. Do you guys practice those shootouts there at the end?
We do, yeah, we do. I won't go into too much detail, but we do.
I like that you. I got a little smile there out of you. Now, obviously, the rivalry here, we're trying to make it a bigger rivalry than ever, and I think this game is playing into that, with it being kind of back and forth. So, the fans love that kind of stuff, but you would prefer to win. So, what are you guys going to do for your next game to make sure you get that W?
Hopefully, score a lot more goals than we did, but we have 4 in a row. It's going to be a battle. Every game is going to be probably like this. So. We've just got to be prepared to battle through that and find ways to win,
Well, congratulations on your win, and good luck in your next match.
Thank you.
Angela Sharp with Dominic Francis from Huddersfield, England. Love his accent. Francis was held at bay by the Ambush defense. He and Ray get quiet in this game. though Kansas City does win in a shootout. Angela now with a member of the St. Louis Ambush down on the field.
All right, Mario, we got to talk about this because obviously the Ambush coming back down by 2 going into the half, coming back and tying it up, that was excellent. So walk me through what happened at half that got you guys going.
Yeah, honestly, we have a really good mentality at the moment. Coach told us keep doing what we're doing. We could tell it was coming. We felt a little hard done by after the first half. And I mean, you can tell with the energy, how we're playing. It's contagious, like we're doing good things. So unlucky to not pull it off today, I think.
Well, you go into overtime, you guys obviously shut out, and then you go into the kicks. What is your thought process when you head that way?
Going into shootout? I mean, that shootout's a hard way to lose. I'm new to the indoor game, but I mean, just the fight that we had in the second half, if we can carry that fight to come back and then pushing for a win, it'll take us far this year. I know it. I know it.
I mean, it is a sad way. It's a sad way for you guys to go out and loss, but goaltender just walked by and patted you on the back. He kept you guys in this game in that first half.
Yeah, Paolo's the man. I mean, we learned so much from him, you know, not just his incredible saves, but his guidance. He teaches us all every week in training, so he's a huge part of our growth.
We love to hear that. Well, good luck to you on your next match.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you to Mario Falzone joining Angela Sharp after that beautiful goal he scored at the end of the third quarter. We've got another break, then we'll come back to wrap it up from the Family Arena. Comets 3, Ambush 2, more on the way after this on MASL TV.
This is automatic. This is automatic.
The Post Sports Bar and Grill. Use promo code AMBUSH online for a buy one, get one free cheesesteak. The Post Sports Bar and Grill. Stay posted.
At St. Luke's Heart and Vascular Institute, we understand that care is more than treatment. It's about living your best life. St. Luke's alliance with Cleveland Clinic's Heart, Vascular, and Thoracic Institute enables us to take on the most challenging cases. Make an appointment today.
Here's what I'm thinking about the living room. Double hung windows are classics, but what do you think about casement windows? Or maybe sliding windows? Or even a big bay window? With all the styles Window World offers, I've got tons of options that match my taste and budget perfectly.
Which will you choose?
I might need another house or two.
Ambush and Comets tied 2-2 after 60 minutes of regular play and 10 minutes of overtime. Comets win the shootout 1-0. 27 shots on goal for KC, 24 for St. Louis, 12 block shots of the game for KC. Chad Vandergriff got to 400 in his illustrious career. Paulo made 10 saves. Ejimado and Coronado combined for 15. Only 3 penalties in the game. 2 of them by KC, 1 by St. Louis. Penalty kill was good on both sides. Unfortunately, the Ambush do fall. Final score of 3-2. Look back. First half highlights. Paulo made a great initial save against Ramirez before Nacho found a way to pick the combination and hit it in off the inside of the post. Then Michael Lennis, good little pass through Chad Vandergriff. Spider-Man's the wall to him. Touched by the mid of Paulo, but right to the head of Lennis. Easy finish for him. That made it 2-0 after just 1 quarter. Then the St. Louis Ambush offense got going in the second half. Great finish from Mario Falzone. We just heard from him and Angela Sharp. What a play to juggle it over to Debray. Haliman juggled it over to Debray and then hit it home with his right foot against Coronado. That was late in the third. Then in the fourth, Torrealba hit one off of a KC defender. Palmer ricocheted up over the goalie. Paulo stood tall in overtime. Ambush almost finished it on a great header by Falzone, but Ejimadu came in late in the fourth where KC made the save, and it all led to that. Lucas Souza converting the only penalty of the shootout. Ejimadu made 3 saves. He gets the win. KC 5 wins on the season. Ambush stays stuck at 2. Joey Zanaboni alongside my lifelong friend Matt Rocchio. Matt, your final thoughts on this contest?
Too little, too late on the offensive side from the Ambush. They controlled the second half. We're still able to get 2 goals. Credit, though, to the defense. Holding back this Comet side to just 2 in regulation is an impressive feat. Ambush got to find a more well-rounded game as they move forward this season.
Yeah, and really 4 straight periods scoreless for the Ambush defense. The second quarter, the third quarter, the fourth quarter, and overtime. That's 55 minutes of scoreless ball against one of the better offenses in the league in Kansas City. Good work by the defense. Ambush offense will try to find its way when these 2 teams meet at 6 o'clock on December 27th. Eric Bergrud, Nick Vezos, and our good friend Lux will have the call for you. Make sure you check out social media to find out where to stream that game. For our producer, John Elam, his entire crew, his great crew for the ownership group, Shelley Clark, Jeff Walker, all the coaches, players, and supporters with the St. Louis Ambush. He's Matt Rocchio. I'm Joey Zanaboni signing off for now from the Family Arena. We'll talk to you again with a 3 o'clock game on December 31st. Until New Year's Eve, though, so long and good night. This has been St. Louis Ambush Soccer on MASL TV.
Here's what I'm thinking about the living room. Double hung windows are classics, but what do you think about casement windows? Or maybe sliding windows? Or even a big bay window? With all the styles Window World offers, I've got tons of options that match my taste and budget perfectly.
Which will you choose?
I might need another house or 2.
At St. Luke's Heart and Vascular Institute, we understand that care is more than treatment. It's about living your best life. We're nationally recognized as a top heart care provider in the area, and our proud alliance with Cleveland Clinic's Heart, Vascular, and Thoracic Institute enables St. Luke's to take on the most challenging cases for the highest level of outcomes in St. Louis. St. Luke's Heart and Vascular Institute, a beat above the rest for a life beyond expectations. For a first diagnosis or a second opinion, make an appointment today.